Welcome, pet parent. Thanks for pressing play. If CozyTails Stories helps your pet feel safe and comforted, please like and subscribe. New CozyTails Stories are uploaded weekly. Whether you're heading out or simply busy for a while, your pet won't be alone. I'll stay right here with them and keep them company. Hi, sweet friend. Your human may be away for a little while, and that's okay. I'm going to stay right here with you. We'll have some quiet, cozy time together. You can settle into your favorite spot now, and in a moment, we'll listen to a gentle story. Don't worry, your human will be back with you soon. Until then, I'll keep you company. Now let's settle in and listen to our story. Chapter 1: The Uneven Bow. By the time the square had shrugged off the last of the dawn chill, Mara had already changed the water in every bucket once. She liked that hour best, when the market still belonged more to hands than to voices. Canvas awnings were only beginning to brighten. Bread steam drifted in from the baker's side of the square in soft white ribbons, and the stone underfoot still held the night's coolness. Her own corner smelled of damp stems, cut green, and the faint sweetness roses gave before the day warmed them properly. She had draped the stall table in its pale cloth before sunrise, smoothing the creases with both palms until the fabric lay quiet and neat. Against it, the flowers looked brighter than they would have on bare wood. Apricot ranunculus, cream stock, blush roses, tiny white waxflower, a loose cloud of green bell. Petal Pine never looked exactly the same 2 mornings in a row, and she preferred it that way. Still, there were routines she trusted. Tall stems at the back, softer faces near the front, herbs tucked where passers-by would brush them and catch the scent. Wrapped posies to the left, single stems in jars to the right, and the day's waiting orders in the shade behind the table, where the sun would not tire them too soon. She had one of those waiting bouquets in hand now, the paper opened back from the stems like folded sleeves. It was for collection later in the morning, a pale arrangement made yesterday near closing, kept overnight in the coolest corner at home and brought in before first light. Nothing grand, something soft and thoughtful, built in whites and faded shell pink, with a little rosemary hidden low where only the person carrying it might notice. She had tied it with a narrow pale ribbon and left the ends long. Now she rested the bouquet across the table and trimmed the stems again, shaving them at a slant with her small knife so they would drink well for another few hours. The head sat a touch too high above the paper for her liking. She took a little from one stem, then another, setting each clipping aside in a damp crescent beside her hand. A bouquet changed its whole expression with half an inch. Too tall, and the flowers seemed to strain away from one another. Too low, and they disappeared into the wrap. She turned the posy slightly, tested the balance, and took one final neat slice from a rose stem. Better. The heads settled together at a gentler height, the ranunculus just above the stalk, the rose faces open enough to be seen. She slipped the paper back into place and reached for the ribbon to retie it. Her fingers paused. The bow was already tied. That in itself was not impossible. She sometimes retied things without thinking when she unpacked them, and the early hour made the mind move in familiar grooves. But this bow did not feel like one of hers. The bouquet light in her hands, and looked at the ribbon. She always tied waiting bouquets with even loops, not because it mattered to anyone else, but because it mattered to her. Equal loops lay flat against the paper, and kept the knot centered. They looked finished. This one had one loop clearly smaller than the other, as though whoever tied it had pulled the left side snug without noticing, or had been interrupted halfway through settling it. The knot itself sat a little low, pressed into a crease in the wrapping paper she had not made. Mara touched the ribbon with one fingertip. It was the same ribbon she had chosen yesterday, the narrow matte kind that held a shape softly instead of springing glossy and hard, pale as oat milk, almost silver in the shadow. She remembered cutting it from the spool. She remembered drawing it around the stems and crossing it behind them. She remembered making the bow. She did not remember making it uneven. The square around her had reached the point where the day truly began. Cartwheels rattled over stone. A child, not yet convinced by morning, complained somewhere in a long, mournful thread that ended in bread being offered as peace. Mara set the bouquet down carefully and bent closer. Paper told on handling better than flowers did. Petals could shift for innocent reasons. Blossoms drank, opened, nodded. But paper remembered pressure. The creamy wrap around the posy had been folded back neatly enough, yet one edge near the ribbon was softened, where a thumb had rested longer than necessary. The faint line of damp at the base showed where the stems had been rewrapped after water. There was also a tiny grain of grit caught in the crease, market grit rather than the dark, clean soil from her own yard. She had wrapped the bouquet at the work table in the back room of her shop yesterday evening. She was certain of that. She had brought it home after dusk because the night had promised warmth, and she never trusted warm nights with waiting flowers if she could help it. At home, she had set it in the blue crock under the window and left it there. This morning she had carried it straight here with 2 other parcels and a basket of stems. Somewhere between last night and now, someone had untied and retied the bouquet. Her first instinct was not alarm. It was attention. There were harmless reasons a thing might be moved. A hand checking a tag, a ribbon snagged and set right, paper loosened to add a note. But harmless reasons usually left harmless signs, and this felt too careful in one place and not careful enough in another. Someone had wanted access to the bouquet itself, not simply to the outside. She lifted it and turned it in the light. The tag was still there, tucked under the ribbon where she had left it. Plain cream card with the customer's name on one side and the collection hour on the other. Her own handwriting looked back at her, tidy and slightly slanted. No added note, no smudge of ink. At first glance the flowers themselves seemed undisturbed. The rosemary was still hidden. The wax flower still stitched the spaces between larger heads. But a florist learned to see tiny disturbances the way a seamstress saw strain in cloth. One stem of stock sat half a finger's width deeper than it should have, enough to alter the line of the arrangement. The back collar of green bell had been turned so the bells faced inward instead of outward, and between the paper and the stems, where she would never have placed it, something pale and flat showed for just a moment before slipping out of sight. Mara eased the wrap apart. There, tucked against the stems, lay a second piece of card. It was smaller than her tags and cut unevenly, as if trimmed in haste from the corner of a box or thicker paper packet. No writing showed on the side facing her, only a pressed mark where something narrow had indented it. Wary of crushing the stalk. The card was dry. It had not spent the night in the bouquet water. When she turned it over, she found not writing, but the ghost of writing, the shallow impression of letters made on a sheet that had once lain on top of it. Not enough to read at a glance. Lines crossed at angles too faint to catch unless the light struck them. Mara set the bouquet down again and held the card slantwise. The market morning shifted over it in silver and shadow. She tipped it once, twice. A word began to gather in the pressed grooves and vanish again. Not a word, perhaps. Part of one. Then a curl that might have been a number. She could have fetched a pencil and shaded lightly over the surface, but the card was too soft, and she disliked damaging a clue before she understood what it was. Instead, she tucked it into the pocket of her apron and returned to the bouquet. If someone had hidden the card there for the person collecting the flowers, the hiddenness itself was strange. People tucked notes under ribbons often enough, but inside the wrapping, against damp stems, that was a sure way to soften paper and make it unreadable. If someone wanted it concealed only until collection, they had chosen a poor place, unless they had needed it hidden quickly. And if they did not want the collector to see it unless the bouquet was later taken apart, that was stranger still. She retied the ribbon with deliberate fingers and left the loops exactly as she preferred them, even and low. Then she stopped, and after a moment pulled one loop slightly smaller than the other again. If this was the shape she had found, better to keep it. A customer paused to buy 3 stems of sweet peas, and Mara served her with the easy motions that lived in the body even while the mind watched elsewhere. She wrapped the flowers, took the coins, wished the woman a good morning, and while she reached for twine, she glanced past her own shoulder to the waiting orders. Nothing else looked disturbed. There were only 2 other prepared bundles on the shaded shelf, 1 parcel of greenery for a table, and 1 small bunch of herbs tied with red thread. Both sat as she had set them down. She checked them when the customer had gone. The red thread knot held firm. The greenery parcel still wore the square fold she made at the bottom, and no other hand ever quite matched. Only the pale bouquet had been touched. That narrowed things in an uncomfortable way. A hand searching through several orders might mean confusion, mistake, or casual nosiness. A hand that opened only one likely had purpose. She stood for a while with her palms resting on the table's pale cloth. The fabric was cool where the shadow still held. Around her the square swelled into full trade. Voices braided and unbraided. A broom hissed over stone at the far edge. The baker's apprentice hurried past with a tray covered in cloth, eyes fixed on balance. A pair of swallows dipped beneath the awnings as if the whole market had been built for their morning sport. Mara tried the simplest explanation first, because simple explanations deserve their turn. Had she done this herself late yesterday and forgotten? She walked carefully through the memory, as she might walk a garden path where seedlings had only just come up. Near closing, she had built the bouquet at the back table, from the leftovers of the day's pale stems and the fresh stock she had saved in the cooler. A customer had ordered it earlier, wanting something quiet and lovely for collection in the morning. No card message, only the flowers. Mara had wrapped it, tagged it, and set it aside. Then she had closed the shutters, swept the floor, carried the bouquet and the next day's tender stems home in the basket at her elbow. At home, she had set the bouquet in water. She had eaten bread and cheese in her kitchen while sorting seed packets left to dry. She had checked the doors before bed. This morning she had risen at first light, made tea, and repacked everything for the square. Somewhere in that thread, there was no place where she would have slipped a blank card into the bouquet and tied the ribbon badly. She took the card from her pocket again. In daylight, the indentations stood out a little more. There were 3 lines, she thought, one short, one longer, one short again, and beneath them perhaps a small mark or flourish. She breathed lightly over the surface to catch the grooves in moisture, then tilted it. This time the top line gave her a shape that looked like a looped letter, followed by a tall stroke. The lower line offered only a curve. Not enough. Mara looked toward the sunlit edge of the square where polished things often flashed. Glass bottles, brass scales, the fishmonger's knife. Light from the right angle might make the indentations speak. She stepped out from behind the stall with the card in hand, then stopped. She could not leave the flowers unattended for long, especially not now that she knew someone had found a reason to touch one order. Yet what had risen in her was no longer mild curiosity. It had sharpened into the quiet certainty that the card mattered less as an object than as a sign. Someone had used her bouquet as a hiding place. That meant either her flowers had become convenient by chance, or Petal Pine had been chosen on purpose. The difference mattered, and there was one thing she could learn without going anywhere at all. She went to the shelf below the table and brought up the shallow wooden tray where she kept ribbon spools, tag cards, twine, sealing wax, and scissors. The pale ribbon spool sat beside the blue and the moss green. She lifted it and turned it slowly in her hand. The cut end was where she had left it, nothing odd there. Then she checked the packet of blank tags. One was missing from the count she kept by habit, though habit was not proof. Still, the packet had a particular way of settling after she squared it, and the corners now sat slightly askew, as if someone had slid one card out and pushed the rest back in with a thumb. The texture of the top card was roughened too, faintly abraded, the way paper became when handled by fingers with a trace of grit on them. The hidden card in her pocket was not one of her tags. It was thicker, but someone might have reached for a tag first and then changed their mind. Her gaze moved over the stall. The pale cloth remained smooth except at one point near the back edge, where a wrinkle had been pressed flat and then released. Behind the waiting bouquets stood the little wooden box where she kept spare paper sheets folded in halves and quarters. She opened it. The top few sheets had shifted. More telling than that, one sheet bore a small triangular damp mark near the corner, the kind made when wet stems touched paper and were moved away quickly. Whoever had opened the bouquet had likely stood exactly where she was standing now, with the flower heads toward the light and the stems resting on the spare paper box. They had worked fast enough to leave no obvious disarray, and unskillfully enough to turn the green bells inward. Mara's stall felt changed by the realization. Not unsafe exactly. The square was full of ordinary life, and she knew nearly every pair of hands that traded through it by shape if not by name. But there was a difference between a place used and a place entered. Her work table, her cloth, her ribbons, small domains perhaps, yet still hers. To find an unknown purpose threaded through them left a cool space inside her. She tucked the card back into her pocket and did what steadied her best. She put the stall right. The shifted paper sheets were squared and stacked. The ribbon tray closed. The wrinkle in the cloth smoothed away. She turned the disturbed stock stem back to its place and coaxed the green bells outward with the lightest touch. The bouquet gave a faint rustle of paper and seemed to regain itself under her hands. When she was done, the only sign of the interruption was the ribbon loop she had left uneven on purpose. Several customers came in the next stretch of time, enough to fill the hands and not enough to blur thought entirely. A young man buying marigolds for his window box apologized for choosing the untidiest bunch and left with the tidiest because Mara had quietly switched them while he counted coins. An older woman selected eucalyptus and white carnations and wanted them wrapped plainly because the person receiving them disliked fuss. A child with a button coat far too warm for the day spent a solemn minute choosing between a yellow tulip and a purple one, and ended up with both, after presenting Mara with a pebble she declared lucky. Mara moved through these small exchanges with warmth, and beneath them she kept watch. She noted who glanced at the waiting orders and who did not. She noted whose eyes lingered on her hands as she wrapped and tied. She noted who came near enough to have reached the back of the table if she had turned away. It was a useful practice in markets to watch without seeming to watch, and years among flowers had taught her how much people revealed when they thought themselves softened by beauty. But no one's behavior settled neatly against the clue. Several people admired the pale bouquet in passing because it was near enough to admire. One woman almost reached toward it and then remembered herself. No one looked at it with ownership or alarm. No one seemed to expect anything hidden within. When the square thinned a little after the first rush, Mara took the card out once more and carried it to the side of the stall, where sun struck the polished lip of a water bucket. She held the card so the reflected light washed across it low and sideways. The indentations brightened. There was writing after all, though partial and compressed into pressed traces. On the top line she could make out perhaps 4 or 5 characters. The first looked like a long downward stroke with a hook, then a rounded shape. The second line had more, a short word, then a space, then another with a tail descending below the rest. The bottom line was only 2 marks and a slant. She rotated the card. Read one way, the second line might begin with an S. Read another, it might be a 5. Frustration pricked, then settled. Forcing it would only make nonsense. She slipped the card away again and turned instead to the one thing she had not yet checked, the underside of the bouquet. She laid it gently across her forearm and inspected the stems where the ribbon crossed. Florists often marked orders in places customers never noticed: a tiny dick to remember a requested vase height, a thread color for delivery district, a chalk dot for a morning collection. Mara did not usually need such systems, but others did. If someone from outside her stall had chosen the bouquet as a hiding place, they might have needed a way to identify it quickly among the flowers waiting here. At first she saw only what she expected: trimmed rose stems, the pale green tubes of stalk, rosemary woody and thin, the clean-cut ends darkening as they drank. Then on the wrapping paper just beneath the ribbon knot, she found a faint smudge no larger than a lentil, gray-blue, as if made by graphite or dust from a soft pencil. She rubbed it lightly. It did not vanish. It had been pressed into the paper. A mark, then, but of what? It was too accidental looking to serve as a signal by itself. Yet the ribbon had been retied low enough that the knot almost covered it. Someone working quickly might have put thumb and pencil together, or thumb and some other marked object. The tiny stain told her less than she wanted, and more than was comfortable. Another hand had indeed been here, carrying its own trace. Mara looked over the square once more. The day had brightened to that clear, forgiving hour before noon, when even ordinary errands took on an air of possibility. She loved the market at this time. It felt like a basket filling. The fishmonger called out prices in a voice too rich for mere fish. A woman at the jam table set out small tasting spoons in a row, like polished splinters. The linen seller shook a cloth and sent a little wave through the sunlight. All around, people chose and exchanged and carried away. Her flowers were meant to travel into those choices, into kitchens and windows, apologies and celebrations, visits, long walks home. That was part of why the hidden card unsettled her. Someone had used that trust in passing things from hand to hand. A shadow fell across the pale cloth. Mara looked up, expecting a customer, and found instead the woman who had placed the bouquet order yesterday. Mara recognized her at once because she had noticed the customer's hands then, fine-boned, careful, with one thumb stained faintly green, as if from handling leaves or old brass. The woman wore the same soft brown coat today, and carried herself with that contained purpose of someone who had decided to do a thing and meant to see it finished before her resolve shifted. Her gaze went first to the pale bouquet waiting in the shade. Mara's attention sharpened quietly. If the hidden card was meant for this woman, then collection would answer something. If it was not, her bouquet had been used under her very nose for another purpose. Either way, this moment mattered. The customer said she had come for the order. Mara returned the smile, but she did not reach at once for the bouquet. Instead, she asked, in the natural way of a florist confirming details, whether the card message had remained unnecessary or if anything had changed overnight. The woman seemed faintly surprised. "No message," she said, "just the flowers as before." Her eyes dipped to the bouquet again. warm with private feeling and nothing Mara could read as fear or secret expectation. If there had been some arrangement beyond flowers, the woman gave no sign of it. Mara lifted the bouquet and held it a moment longer than business strictly required. The ribbon's uneven loops rested against the paper, exactly as she had left them. The customer did not react. No glance snagged there. No hand moved toward the knot. "Would you mind," Mara said, making the reason practical, "if I freshen the water rat before you go? The morning's warmer than I expected." The woman agreed at once. Mara carried the bouquet to the back of the stall where the spare paper sat. She untied the ribbon while the customer waited within sight, impossible to mistake or deceive by hidden movements. She opened the wrapping enough to lift the stems and lay fresh damp paper around them. Nothing more fell out because she had already removed the card. The flowers looked innocent in her hands, only flowers. She retied the bouquet once more with even loops this time, and brought it back. As the woman reached for it, Mara let one more question slip into the exchange. Had anyone perhaps given instructions to place something extra within the bouquet? A note, a keepsake? The customer shook her head, genuinely puzzled. After a pause, she admitted she had chosen this stall partly because things here were handled carefully, and asked if something was wrong. Mara told the truth in the portion she could. She had found the wrapping slightly disturbed that morning, and wanted to be sure nothing expected was missing. That earned a flicker of concern, but not recognition. The woman glanced over the bouquet with the particular alarm of someone fearing damaged petals or lost sentiment, and seemed relieved to find both intact. "No," she said, "only this." She took the bouquet close, breathing in the rosemary when she found it hidden low among the stems. The smallness of her smile then looked too genuine to be part of anything else. She thanked Mara, paid the balance, and went her way into the brightness of the square, the pale flowers moving softly against her coat. Mara watched until she was swallowed by traffic and sunlight. So the hidden card had not been for the customer. That made the matter simpler in one way and stranger in another. Whoever had used the bouquet had either chosen the wrong one in haste or intended the card to travel somewhere else before collection. Since the card had remained inside when the customer arrived, the plan, whatever it was, had failed or been interrupted. Mara exhaled slowly and felt the next decision gather. She was no longer simply protecting an order. She had a clue in her pocket that someone had expected to move through the market unseen. The sensible next step was to determine when the bouquet had been handled. Once she knew whether it happened at home, on the walk-in, or here at the stall, she would know where the circle of hands began. Home first, then. The thought arrived plain and settled. She resisted it for another quarter hour because markets ran on reliability, and she would not abandon the square on a feeling while morning trade still needed her. Instead, she rearranged the front jars, sold a bunch of daisies, and made herself list what she already knew. The bouquet had been wrapped correctly yesterday evening. It had been in her home overnight. It had traveled with her this morning among other flowers and parcels. Only this bouquet had been opened. A card with indentations but no visible writing had been tucked inside against the stems. The customer knew nothing of it. The ribbon had been retied by someone whose hands left slight grit and whose bow fell unevenly. Arrangement, condition, what had been carefully kept. These were the things she trusted. The bouquet's condition told her the person who opened it did not truly know flowers. They had handled the structure enough to alter it, but not enough to ruin it. That suggested haste and inexperience rather than a fellow seller. The hidden card's condition told her it had not been there long, certainly not all night in water. So if the bouquet had been touched at her home, the card would have softened, unless it had been added this morning after she took it from the crock. More likely the interference happened after she arrived at the square, perhaps while she was changing water in the back buckets, or helping a customer with loose stems. That would point here. Yet the crease in the paper and the ribbon state had struck her before she began morning sales. Had she noticed them immediately upon setting out the bouquet? She replayed the first moments at the stall, pale cloth smoothed, buckets arranged, waiting orders set in shade, then water, scissors, first trimming. No, she had not looked closely at the ribbon until the stems were already in hand. The bouquet might have been altered before she left home, and she would not have known. Which mattered more, the market or the house, the blue crock under the window or the shaded shelf behind the stall? Both were possible. One was private, one public. If the bouquet had been opened in her home, someone had crossed a line she could not leave untested. Mara's fingers found the card in her pocket again, pressing its edges through the apron cloth. A gust moved across the square and lifted the corner of her pale table drape. She smoothed it down, and with that touch, made up her mind. She would close early enough to go home now, check the crock, the back door, the basket she had carried, and the path from house to square while the traces were still fresh in memory. The stall could bear an hour's absence if she made tidy arrangements. What mattered was the first place the bouquet had waited. If she understood that, the rest might follow. Once the decision settled, the unease in her chest loosened. She gathered the most delicate stems from the front and shifted them deeper into shade. She covered the reserved greenery parcel with a damp cloth. From beneath the table, she brought out the little sign she used only rarely and set it near the cash box, "Back shortly." It looked inadequate beside the question in her pocket, but it was honest enough. A woman from the neighboring stall agreed, with a kindly lift of her brows and no fussing questions, to watch the flowers for a little while, if anyone came seeking simple purchases. Mara thanked her, and left exact instructions for the herb bundle collection expected near noon. If the person arrived before she returned, the parcel was to be handed over only against the name on the tag. She heard herself making the instruction more pointed than usual, and softened it with a smile. Then she took up her basket, though it was nearly empty now, because carrying it made the departure look ordinary. She slipped the hidden card into the inner pocket, where it would not bend. Last, she looked once more at the place where the pale bouquet had rested. The uneven ribbon loops were gone with the customer, but she could still see them in her mind, one smaller than the other, as if a gesture had faltered there. The square went on around her in bright indifference as she stepped out from behind the pale draped table. Bread, fish, linen, voices, bells from somewhere farther off. Her own corner remained full of flowers waiting to be chosen. Yet the morning had tilted. What had begun as trimming stems for a gentler line had narrowed into one altered bouquet and a hidden card pressed with words that refused, for now, to show themselves. Mara turned toward home at an unhurried pace, already ordering her attention. The crock by the window, the latch on the back door, the basket lining, the threshold. The first question belonged there, and everything after would grow from it. Chapter 2. After Close. By the time Mara reached home, the market square had begun to soften at the edges. Afternoon voices still drifted up the lane behind her, thinner now, spread into errands and doorways, and the clink of cups set down for late tea. She let herself into the little rooms above the lane and stood for one breath, with her hand on the latch, listening to the familiar hush gather around her. It was never entirely silent here. A stem in water tapped faintly against glass when the air shifted. The old floor answered some steps and held others. Something green was always drinking. Even in winter there was some leaf uncurling near the window, some cutting deciding whether it meant to live. Today it only sharpened the irregularity she had carried home. She set her basket on the table near the window and untied her apron. The card she had found in the bouquet rested inside the pocket where she had tucked it for safety, light as nothing and heavier than anything else she had brought back. She had not taken it out again on the walk. The impression on it had been too faint to read in the market. If there was more to learn from it, she would learn it better here. The window held the late light in narrow panes. Along the sill stood jars and bottles she had never quite managed to match. Clear ones, green ones, one blue bottle with a neck too narrow for anything but the thinnest stems. Pothos cuttings reached pale roots down into water. Mint leaned toward the glass. Two short lengths of rosemary had begun to roughen at their tips with new growth. Beside them, on a folded cloth, sat a ribbon-tied bundle of dried lavender. Near the end of the sill lay a spool of ribbon the color of faded petals, its loose tail curled against the wood. Mara drew the heavy garden book toward her, from where it waited under a stack of seed envelopes. Between its pages she kept small things she meant to remember. Her fingers paused. Then she opened the book. The bloom rested where she had left it, caught between two thick pages near the middle. Small and finely flattened, it had dried into one of those difficult colors that look different in each hour, a little apricot, a little dust rose, a little cream where the light passed through. Mara lifted it carefully and laid it on the open page. At once she stopped. Something caught the light that should not have, not on the petals themselves, but along one edge near the narrow green base where she had thought all the stem had been trimmed away before pressing. She bent closer. There, in the paper-thin shadow of the flower, a dusting clung to it. No, threads, very fine fibers, caught and flattened into the dried surface. Mara drew the book nearer the window. The fibers were not from the flower. They crossed the petal edge at an angle, faintly lustrous, and even before she touched one, she knew the feel it would have. Ribbons scraped into softness. She looked from the bloom to the spool on the sill and back again. These fibers were older than today's disturbance. They had been pressed into the bloom weeks ago, held flat by time and weight. She remembered laying this flower between the pages. She remembered brushing loose pollen away before she closed the book. She did not remember any ribbon on it. Mara lifted the bloom again and turned it gently in the light. At the base, just where the short stem ended, there was the faintest bruise of color on the paper beneath, a narrow crescent that did not match sap staining. It looked like dye had touched damp petal and bled a little before drying, the same dim pink as the ribbon spool on the sill, or close enough that her eye, too used to small shifts in color, would not dismiss it. She sat back. The pressed bloom had been in the book since before today. No one in the market had touched it, which meant the ribbon used in the bouquet had some connection to this room, or to a habit from this room, before it had anything to do with the stall. Mara slid the card from her apron pocket and laid it beside the book. On the table, in the quieter light, it looked more ordinary than it had under the market awning. Plain card, trim square, the sort she used for message tags and orders. She angled it toward the window. The impressed writing remained almost invisible, a handful of shallow lines with no ink in them. She glanced at the bloom again. She had walked home intending to see whether the bouquet might have been interfered with here before she ever carried it to the square. That question was still waiting, yet this flower suggested something stranger, that someone had had access not only to her stall materials, but to the way she kept and handled small things at home. The room no longer felt simply quiet. It felt observed backward, as if some part of her routine had been touched in her absence and laid neatly back into place. Mara did not let that thought settle. She crossed to the narrow shelf by the door where she kept paper, twine, spare cards, and odds of wrapping too useful to throw away. A stack of clean tissue sat there beneath a tin of pins. Under that, envelopes. Under those, a shallow tray with tags and offcuts of ribbon wound into loose rings. She knew this shelf by habit. Still, she made herself go slowly. The cards in the tray were in a short stack, corners aligned. She thumbed through them. Most were blank. Two had old pencil notes on the backs where she had tested names before writing them properly for customers. None were missing in a way she could prove. The ribbon offcuts lay in their usual untidy nest, which did not rule anything in or out. Twine spool, half-used, pins, a folded scrap of brown paper. Nothing there told a clear story. She looked down at the ribbon spool on the sill. At home she used that color for dried posies, herb bundles, pressed flower gifts if she was feeling extravagant. At the stall she sometimes carried the same shade because customers liked it for quieter arrangements. There was no grand separation between home and work in that. Some weeks, the same pair of scissors cut both kitchen herbs and wedding ribbon. Even so, she knew what she had on hand. She took the faded spool from the sill and turned it in her fingers. The ribbon's outer length had been wound back with reasonable care, but the tail tucked under itself was crimped near the end, not cut cleanly, pinched and retied. The surface there was roughened, as if it had been pulled tight around something narrower than a bunch of stems. A memory arrived in pieces. Not the bouquet this morning, another morning, perhaps 3 weeks ago, while she had been opening the shutters before dawn. She had come to the sill for rosemary and noticed this spool lying on the table instead of near the window. She had thought she herself must have left it there while tying lavender the night before. She had wound it back and thought no more about it. That was the difficulty of small domestic routines. They were soft at the edges, woven from half attention. If someone shifted one thing slightly, many days could pass before the mind admitted it might have been another hand. She took up the pressed bloom once more and examined the fibers with renewed care. There were 3 she could see clearly, and perhaps more embedded deeper, each flattened, almost translucent. One looked broken along its length, leaving tiny fringes that caught the light like split silk. She fetched a sheet of dark paper from the shelf to place beneath the flower. Against the darker background, the fibers stood out more plainly. The bloom itself she recognized. She had cut it from a small cluster she kept in a clay pot by the back step, a variety that bloomed in modest little cups and dried better than larger flowers. She had pressed it because the shape held. She had not tied ribbon around it. If ribbon had touched it, that had happened before or after she brought it in from the pot. Mara followed the practical branch first. Before would mean it had somehow picked up ribbon fibers while still among the plants. Possible in the broad sense, but it did not fit. The fibers lay along one side only, and the faint dye stain sat at the base where a loop might have rested. After then, someone had tied it to something before it went into the book. She knew she had not. Her gaze moved to the book itself. Heavy boards, green cloth faded to brown at the corners, gilt title nearly rubbed away. It had lain open often enough on this table that anyone passing through could have used it as a flat surface, a place to hide a thing for an hour, a place to leave something to dry. The thought made her open the book wider, searching the surrounding pages. At first she found only what she expected, a fern fragment, 3 notes in her own hand, and a smear where a leaf had once bled green into the paper. Then, several pages before the pressed bloom, something rough brushed her thumb. She stopped and lifted a page edge carefully. A second flower fragment, smaller than the first, had been caught there. Not a whole bloom, just 2 petals flattened together, brittle at the seam. They were from the same kind of flower, or near enough. Mara was certain she had not put these here. She would have remembered a broken piece, because she disliked pressing damaged specimens. She eased them free and laid them on the table beside the first bloom. One bloom might have been misremembered. 2 separate pressed pieces hidden in the same book were harder to explain away. Mara closed her eyes briefly, not from fear so much as concentration. Who came into these rooms? Very few. Customers never came here. Deliveries stopped at the door. The only regular comings and goings were her own, and the occasional neighbor borrowing matches or returning a jar. None of that sat comfortably beside hidden flower pieces and a bouquet retied in her stall. She opened her eyes and reached for the card again. It was time to make it speak, if it could. A trick from years of writing tags on thin paper came back to her. Impressed marks showed better under shallow raking light than from above. She shifted her chair, turned the card sideways, and held it near the pane so the sun skimmed across it. The lines rose a little from the surface, enough to suggest strokes. A curve, a downward mark, another line crossing. Still too faint. She set the card down and looked around for charcoal, then thought better of it. Rubbing would darken the whole thing and perhaps ruin what little remained. Instead, she took a soft graphite pencil from the shelf and used the side of the lead on a separate scrap, experimenting with angle and pressure until she had a fine dust. She pinched a little of that dust between finger and thumb and hesitated. If she was clumsy, she would smudge everything. If she did nothing, she might sit all evening staring at blankness. Mara breathed out slowly and tipped the smallest possible trace of graphite over one corner of the card. Then with a bit of wool cloth, she barely touched the surface. The pencil dust settled into the shallowest grooves. Not all of them, only enough to coax shapes from the card, pale gray on cream. She worked in tiny motions, stopping each time a line appeared. The writing emerged a fragment at a time, broken where pressure had been light, and darker where the hand had pressed harder above it. It was not a full message. It was what remained on the sheet below after someone else had written on another card over it. The first legible part was a word end. House? No. She narrowed her eyes. Hours. Then beneath it, a line that might have been a name or a place, but only 3 letters showed clearly, and they could be several things at once. Lower still on the last line, a time or number, 7 perhaps, or a slanted mark in a loop. The market had hours posted on a board. So did many shops. A note about hours did not help much in itself. Yet she had not used this particular stack of cards for signs in some time. They were too small. She turned the card over. On the back, nearly invisible until now, was a pinprick of color at one edge. Faded pink again. Her attention slid back to the book. The pressed bloom between its pages tied the present mess to an older disturbance. If someone had used this room before today, then asking whether the bouquet had been tampered with at home was no longer a simple check. It had become the first place she ought to test. Mara rose and began with the nearest things. She examined the table surface under the book and found a faint groove in the wood dust where the heavy volume had been pulled forward recently, farther than she usually drew it when only consulting a page. Beside that, nearly hidden in the sun-warmed grain, lay a single dry green fleck, curved and papery. She touched it with a fingertip. Sepal, too dry to identify beyond that, but again of the size a small pressed bloom might leave behind. She moved to the shelf and checked the tissue stack more thoroughly, lifting each sheet. On the third one she found a crease folded the wrong way, as if something narrow had once been wrapped and then removed. In the drawer below the table she found her little scissors returned blade down rather than blade up. She always placed them blade up for safer grasping. Each sign by itself was too small. Together they made a path. Someone had been in her room, used her paper and ribbon, handled the heavy garden book, and left almost nothing obvious behind. She stopped at the door and looked back over the room with new eyes. The windowsill lined with jars, the lavender bundle, the spool of ribbon, the garden book, the folded cloth, the seed packets under a saucer to keep them from wandering in drafts. None of it had seemed vulnerable because none of it was valuable in the usual sense. That was why the thought of someone moving among it all made her chest go tight. The room was made of patient habits. Still, she needed more than feeling. She needed sequence. Mara returned to the table and arranged the discovered things in a line. The hidden card from the bouquet, the pressed bloom with ribbon fibers, the second broken flower fragment, the faded ribbon spool, She added the graphite scrap with its dust, and the heavy book opened to the pages where the pieces had been found. Looking at them together steadied her. Flowers, paper, ribbon, pressure marks. She considered the bouquet from the morning. It had been waiting for collection. Someone had opened and retied only that one arrangement. They had tucked the card where it would travel with the flowers unless found. If the card held traces of a note about hours, perhaps it had been used under another message written in haste. Whoever did this had likely taken a blank from her own supply, written something elsewhere, and then hidden the indented card in the bouquet by mistake or design. But why use a bouquet at all? Because bouquets moved without suspicion, because a flower stall offered privacy inside beauty, because stems and paper could conceal things. Mara touched the pressed bloom lightly, and because whoever had done it was accustomed to handling flowers, enough to move among her materials without blundering. A draft slid at the window. One of the rosemary jars tapped faintly against another. The sound nudged a practical memory. When she had left for the market that morning, she had clicked 2 small stems from the backstep pot to carry down later for herself. Had she left the pot by the door, or set it on the sill? She could not remember. Annoyed by the uncertainty, she went to check. By the back step in the little wedge of outside space that caught sun for half the day, the clay pots sat in their usual close company. Basil gone leggy, thyme thriving in spite of neglect. The modest flowering plant from which she had pressed the bloom stood nearest the wall. 2 stems had indeed been clipped recently. That proved nothing. She had done that herself. What arrested her was the soil. Along the rim and on the stone beneath the pot lay 3 tiny curls of faded ribbon, so small they might have escaped any eye but one trained to see Florist's debris. She picked one up carefully. It was the same texture as the fibers in the pressed flower, frayed from a cut edge and damp once, then dried. Mara's gaze sharpened. If the bloom had picked up ribbon after being cut, the tying might have happened here at the back step, near the pot, before the flower ever entered the book. Someone could have plucked or handled more than one bloom, bound them briefly, then hidden at least one pressed piece indoors. She searched the soil more closely. Near the stem base of the plant, partly buried, something pale showed under the top layer. She brushed soil aside with 2 fingers and uncovered a sliver of card no bigger than her thumbnail, damp-stained and soft at the edges. It had once been part of a tag. No writing remained, only a puncture hole near one corner where ribbon or string had passed through. She sat back on her heels. Now she had enough to say with confidence that this was no single accident of the market. Someone had been handling flowers and cards around her home before today. The back step, the sill, the book, the stall, all part of one narrow trail. The task she had thought she was coming home to, checking whether the bouquet might have been tampered with here or after arrival at the square, had changed shape. The answer was no longer either or. The tampering, or some earlier version of it, had touched both places, home first, then the stall. A repeated practice, not one impulsive interference. Mara went back inside and washed the soil from her fingers. The water in the basin ran pinkish-gray at first, from the graphite and garden dust. She dried her hands on the cloth by the sink and stood considering next steps. There were several possible directions. She could go through the room again and search every drawer, every jar, every shelf edge. She could run back to the market before evening to compare the home ribbon spool with the one at the stall and see whether lengths were missing in similar ways. She could also do something quieter and perhaps more useful. Work out whether the pressed bloom in the book had been placed there by someone intending her to find it eventually, or simply hidden and forgotten. That question pulled her back to the table. The bloom lay where she had left it, fragile as breath against the page. She lowered herself into the chair and picked it up again, but now with a different intention. Pressed items carried shape because someone had chosen shape over freshness. If a person selected this bloom to tuck in the book, selection itself was a clue. It was one of the better specimens from the pot, nearly perfect in symmetry. The broken fragment from elsewhere in the book was from a second flower of the same kind, less carefully preserved. One chosen whole, one accidental leftover or damaged twin. That suggested haste during collecting, then deliberation during keeping. She imagined someone at her table, book open, sorting small blooms or pieces with just enough knowledge to think the pages would conceal them safely. Her own hands would have arranged them more beautifully. Another person's had done this with purpose, but without affection. She noticed then that the whole bloom had not been laid square to the page, its stem end angled toward the inner margin, and one petal pointed up toward a sketch on the opposite leaf. That sketch was of planting depth for bulbs, and had no obvious connection. Yet on the cage beneath, half hidden until she lifted the flower again, a tiny pencil dot marked the margin. Mara frowned. She had not made it. There was another dot lower down, nearly in line with the first. She turned the page. On the next page, one more dot, a line of markers. Deliberate, light enough to evade casual notice. Mara followed them through the book, page after page. Most pages held nothing unusual, only old notes and botanical diagrams. The dots continued for 6 leaves, then stopped beside a chapter on preserving seeds. There, tucked deep in the gutter where paper met spine, something thin had been slid and almost lost. She fetched the point of her small scissors and eased it out. A strip of paper emerged, folded twice over. It was narrower than the card from the bouquet and softer with age, as if handled more often. Mara unfolded it with care. Inside was no full note, only 3 words, written in pencil so faint they had nearly vanished. After close bring, and then the rest had been torn away. She felt a coolness travel across her shoulders. After close bring. Bring what? Flowers, a parcel, a key? The strip had no signature, no place, no date, but it had been hidden in the same book as the pressed blooms, marked by those tiny dots, not dropped accidentally, kept. Mara read it once more and set it down beside the card from the bouquet. The impressed word on the card, the one she had first thought might be hours, now seemed much likelier to be close. A downward stroke, a loop, a final tail. She angled it under the light again, and saw how she had mistaken the shape before. Yes, close was possible. The line of clues tightened. Someone had been writing messages related to closing time. One fragment hidden in her book said after close bring. Another card hidden in the bouquet held the impression of what might be the same phrase from the sheet beneath it. Messages were being composed using her stationery, at least sometimes, and concealed among flowers. Mara did not indulge panic. She sorted. If messages referred to after close, the stall mattered directly. If a bouquet had been used this morning, then whoever was doing this expected arrangements to pass from hand to hand unnoticed. If blooms from her own pot had been pressed and hidden here, perhaps this room had served as a temporary holding place or private writing spot when the market was inconvenient, which meant the next sensible task was no longer to inspect every domestic corner for disturbance. She had enough to know the disturbance existed. The immediate task must shift back outward. She needed to return to the stall before full evening and examine the places a person might write or hide a message there, with this new phrase in mind. She gathered the loose clues carefully. The torn strip she slipped into an envelope, so it would not crumble. The hidden card she laid inside the heavy book for the moment, between 2 blank pages near the front, where she could retrieve it quickly. The pressed bloom gave her pause. She did not want to lose the fibers. She placed it on a clean square of tissue, and folded the paper over once, then tucked that packet into the book as well. The broken fragment she set beside it. Before closing the cover, she looked at the open pages one last time. The pencil dots still pointed toward the place where the note had been hidden, a tiny trail made by a cautious hand. She considered erasing them, and decided against it. She tied her apron back on. The action steadied her more than she expected. At home she was all softness, bare sleeves, loosened hair, watering can by the sink. The apron returned her to the mark itself, who solved practical problems with twine and patience. She took the ribbon spool from the sill too, after a moment's thought, and slid it into her basket. If the crimped end matched what she found below, she would want it at hand. At the door she paused and glanced back. The lavender bundle hung where it always did, dull purple gone silvery at the tips. The jars of cuttings leaned into the fading light. The heavy garden book sat square on the table now, looking innocent and old. She disliked leaving with the room newly questionable, but nothing in it felt at immediate risk from absence. Whoever had moved through it before had preferred subtlety. That at least bought her an hour. Mara stepped back into the lane and drew the door shut behind her. Dusk had begun to gather in the lower streets, but the upper windows still held a wash of pale gold. She walked quickly, basket on her arm, mind arranging the facts into an order she could use. Pressed bloom with ribbon fibers from home, broken fragment hidden in the same book, torn note reading after close bring, card from the bouquet carrying a faint impression that might match, ribbon scraps by the flower pot and a tag fragment in the soil, only one bouquet tampered with this morning and done neatly. The line joining them was not yet complete. It did not tell her who had written or hidden anything, or what had been meant to travel after closing time. But it did tell her the mystery had roots older than this morning, and that flowers were not mere cover for it. Flowers were part of the method. By the time she reached the market, the square was in that in-between hour when sellers were counting coin and deciding whether to pack the last of their goods or linger for one final customer. Lamps had not quite been lit. Canvas awnings doled overhead like petals folded for the night. Mara crossed to her stall and stood before it without touching anything for a moment. From here, with the day's business nearly done, it looked ordinary again. Buckets, paper, ribbons, snips, water dark on the boards, a few remaining bunches leaning in their tins, yet now she saw possible writing surfaces everywhere. The counter where a card might be braced, the underside shelf where one could tuck a note for later collection, the box of tags, the narrow space behind the wrapping paper where a strip could slide and vanish. She set her basket down and reached first, inevitably, for the place where the waiting bouquet had sat that morning. The wood still bore a damp circle from its bucket. Beside it, at the stall's inner edge where customers would not notice, a streak of graphite marked the board. She touched it and found it fresh enough to smudge. A writing spot. Mara's mouth tightened, though not with surprise. Here, then, was the stall's answer to the room at home, another quiet working space in plain sight. She crouched and looked under the counter. Wedged between two spare sheets of wrapping paper was a scrap so narrow it might have been trimming. She pulled it free. Blank on one side, on the other one penciled word, tonight. Nothing more. She sat back on her heels, scrap in hand, the market dimming gently around her. Tonight was not an answer. It was only an opening, a whisper from the same hidden exchange, yet it was enough to settle her next move entirely. Whatever had been meant after close was not finished, and it had not been abandoned long ago. Someone expected something to happen very soon. Mara slid the scrap into her apron pocket and rested her fingertips on the worn edge of the counter, feeling the wood cool under evening air. The square around her went on folding itself toward night. Ordinary as ever, she began to pack the flowers with more care than usual, already planning how she would close, what she would leave in place, and what she would quietly watch for when the hour came. Chapter 3. The Remedy Shelf. By late afternoon the market had softened into its quieter rhythm, when the first rush was over and every stall seemed to breathe a little. Mara stood behind the wrapping counter at Petal Pine, with ribbon between her fingers and a half-finished bouquet resting in the cradle of brown paper. The day's warmth had settled into the stems. Stock and sweet pea scented the air beneath the greener bite of cut leaves, and the little drawer tucked under the counter kept catching on one side when she pulled it open for ribbon. She worked by habit, though habit had changed shape since morning. Every motion now carried a second line of attention. She watched where her own hands went, what had already been laid out before she reached for it, the narrow spaces where something could be slipped in unnoticed and left looking ordinary. A customer had chosen pale apricot roses, white feverfew, and a collar of rosemary, wanting something modest and kind for a neighbor who had been ill. Mara wrapped the stems, folded the paper close, and reached for a parcel tag from the stack she kept near the twine. Her hand hovered, then drew one free, and by reflex, slipped it beneath the bow. The movement stopped halfway through itself. The tag already tucked there had writing on it, not hers. The realization came as a clean, cold smallness through her chest. Her own tags leaned right when she wrote in a hurry, and she used a tighter loop on her A than most people in the square. This hand stood more upright. It pressed harder into the card. The ink had sunk slightly into the paper fibers, as if the nib had been sharper, or the writer less careful with pressure. Only 2 words had been written, neatly enough to pass in a glance, for the remedy shelf. Mara held the bouquet still. The bow sat smooth and proper, the tag hidden just enough that it might not be noticed until the flowers changed hands. Anyone watching from the front of the stall would have seen nothing beyond the florist pausing over a card. She slid the bouquet back onto the counter and eased the tag free. The words sat where a gift message should have been, but they were not meant for a customer. The card itself was one of hers, cream with a faint press line border she knew by touch as well as sight. She turned it over. On the back, in pencil so faint it was merely the shine of graphite alone, was a mark she had not made either. 3 short slashes, then a line beneath. A sorting mark, perhaps. A signal. Something made to be glanced at rather than read. The customer had drifted a little way down the stall to look at small bunches of chamomile. Mara replaced the card with a blank one and finished the bouquet before the pause could become visible. She tucked in the fresh tag, tied the knot again, and carried it around with the same soft smile she gave every order. Coins changed hands. The bouquet left the stall in safe company, carrying nothing but flowers and a brief message of recovery in Mara's own hand. When the customer was gone, Mara set the first tag flat on the counter and smoothed it with one fingertip. For the remedy shelf, Tessa. The words did not feel like a gift instruction now. They felt practical, directed, part of a route. Mara looked over the market. Willow and honey sat 2 rows across, where bunches of drying herbs hung in the shade, and glass jars gathered amber light. From here, she could just make out Tessa moving behind her counter, steady and unhurried, tying paper around a customer's packet, a parcel tag beneath a bow, a hidden scrap that had said, "Tonight," a torn note that began after close, "Bring," cards and ribbon and flowers taken from her things, some from home, some from the stall. She had thought first of messages being hidden among bouquets, because flowers moved quietly through the square, and no one thought much of a tag tucked near the stems. That still held, but this changed the shape of it. The writing assumed delivery into Tessa's shop as casually as if the bouquet were part of stock being passed from one counter to another, which happened often enough to draw no notice. Mara had sent rosemary sprigs for tincture displays, lavender for bundles, small vase posies for the front shelf. Tessa had sent back sachets and honey drops and salve when Mara's hands had dried from winter work. Things crossed between them in paper and twine all the time. The clue did not point toward Tessa so much as through her place. Mara slipped the card into her apron pocket, then paused again over the ribbon drawer. The drawer had felt wrong all day. Not emptied exactly, shifted. This morning's scraps by the backstep pot had already told her someone had been using her ribbon beyond her own work. The fresh graphite near the stall's side shelf had told her someone had written here recently. Now a tag had been prepared under her hand without her knowing, She crouched and pulled the drawer all the way out. Inside lay reels of ribbon in the usual soft confusion of practical beauty. Cream satin, narrow green cotton tape, striped paper cord, soft blue silk left from a spring wedding, lengths of plain brown binding ribbon she used more than anything else. But under the top reels, where she kept odds and ends wound around bits of card, another parcel tag had slipped half beneath the corner. Mara pinched it free. This one was blank on the front. On the back, the same faint pencil mark, 3 short slashes, then a line. She searched farther in and found at the bottom, beside the loose florist pins, a rose stem wrapped in a strip of damp paper. Mara stared at it a moment before she touched it. The bloom had been removed cleanly. Only the stem remained, still green, with 2 leaves attached and all the thorns taken off. Not snapped away hurriedly, which would have left pale, ragged crescents and torn skin. This had been done with care. Each thorn had been pared close, a neat, smooth line left behind. More careful, in fact, than she usually was when stripping roses for ordinary sale. She ran her finger lightly along it and found only one rough place halfway down. That was the first true irregularity that felt new, not merely confirming what she had already guessed. Whoever had done this had needed the stem itself, or had known enough to prepare it for handling without snagging fabric, skin, or paper. She set it beside the tag and looked at both. A hidden stem, a tag meant for the remedy shelf, a route crossing from her stall to Tessa's place after close. The thought that rose now was less of stolen flowers as decoration, and more of flowers as carriers. The stem, cleaned this carefully, could be threaded into something, tucked somewhere narrow, or bundled with herbs without catching. It could also be made ready for someone who did not know roses well enough to strip them quickly in dim light. Edith would know more about messages traveling quietly than almost anyone in the square. Mara thought of the torn piece from her garden book, after close, bring what? Bouquets, tags, stems, parcels. She looked again to Willow and Honey. Tessa had finished with her customer and was capping a jar. She would still be there another hour at least. The post office would be open a little longer too, with Edith sorting the last outgoing letters before evening collection. Mara did not like leaving the stall untended with this much uncertainty, but she liked less the thought of waiting until dark while more things were slipped through her own hands. She tucked the stripped rose stem into fresh paper, slid both tags into her pocket, and crossed to Tessa with the sort of unremarkable purpose that belonged to market friendship. The herbal shop smelled of mint and dried calendula, beeswax and something faintly bitter under it, perhaps angelica root. Warm light gilded the glass jars on the shelves, and the handwritten labels marching beneath them. Her gaze moved to Mara's face and steadied there, reading enough to put down the scoop she was holding. Mara set the wrapped stem and the first tag on a clear bit of counter between stacked soap parcels and a jar of honey lozenges. This was in a bouquet I was finishing. Tessa unfolded the tag with careful fingers. Her expression did not sharpen so much as narrow into precision. She read the front, turned it over, and glanced up. I haven't seen that mark before. Mara drew out the second tag and laid it beside the first. This one was hidden in my ribbon drawer. Tessa compared them, then aligned the corners as though a better order might reveal something. Same pencil, same pressure. It looks like a shelf mark, but not one I use. Mara unwrapped the stem. Tessa's brows lifted slightly. She picked it up near the cut end and rotated it under the window light. Whoever stripped this knew what they were doing. Not as a florist would for speed, Mara said, as someone preparing it to pass through a bundle. Tessa ran a nail along the smooth green skin where the thorns had been pared. No snags, nearly none at all. She reached for a length of drying lavender from a nearby tray, laid the rose stem beside it, then slid the green length beneath a loose twine loop around a sample bunch. It disappeared against the stalk so completely, Mara had to look twice to keep hold of it. Tessa lifted the bunch, turned it, and the hidden stem remained almost invisible, unless the light caught its slightly different green. A carrier, Mara said. Possibly, and for the remedy shelf makes more sense if someone expects a bouquet or bunch to be left near my front display. Customers set things down there often while they look. Mara had not realized until that moment how tightly she had been holding herself around the possibility that Tessa was entangled more deeply. The release was slight, but real. Has anything seemed out of place here? Tessa thought. Twice this week I found parcels shifted from where I left them in the back room. Nothing missing that I could name. Yesterday a packet of dried rose hips had been moved from the lower bin to the top of the remedy shelf, and I assumed I had done it distractedly. Her glance returned to the tag. Now I'm less sure. Mara gave her the brief sequence of what she had found since morning. Ribbon fibers in the book, the hidden flower fragment, the torn note, the scraps by the pot, the fresh graphite by the stall shelf, the scrap that had said tonight. Tessa listened without interrupting, one hand resting on the counter near the tags. When Mara finished, she nodded. Then it is using our ordinary exchange. Something can move from your place to mine with no one noticing, and perhaps on from here. Or be collected after close. Tessa's gaze flicked toward the curtained opening that led to her back room. Then, I would like Edith's eye on these before evening. She sees more systems in marks and routes than either of us. They did not leave at once. Tessa reached beneath the counter and brought out a shallow wooden tray lined with fresh paper. Into it she set the rose stem, both tags, and a blank card to keep them from sliding, then covered the tray with another sheet so the items were hidden from casual glance. A customer came in for willow bark tablets, and another wanted honey soap and nettle tea. Mara stayed and wrapped one purchase while Tessa measured the other. The interruption was small and ordinary, but beneath it both women worked with sharpened quiet. Mara found herself watching the doorway each time the bell above it clicked, measuring every arrival against the possibility of someone expecting an unseen handoff. No one looked twice at the tray, once Tessa had set it under the counter. When the last customer left, Tessa tied her apron strings loose behind her back, took up the covered tray, and joined Mara in the lane between stalls. The market's light had turned honey-colored. Shadows from awnings stretched longer across the cobbles, and the evening breeze had begun moving scents around so that bread from the baker folded into crushed thyme and late roses. Edith was just lowering the top half of the post office hatch when she saw them coming. She pushed it back up at once and opened the side gate with her usual brisk efficiency. Her sleeves were rolled to the forearms, and a neat array of forwarding slips lay in ranks beside the scale. She looked from Mara to Tessa, then to the tray in Tessa's hands. "This looks like inspection," she said. "It is," Mara answered. Edith led them to the inner counter where incoming parcels were sorted and outgoing stacks tied in bundles. The room held the tidy smell of paper, paste, string, and dust warmed by the day. Pigeonholes climbed the wall behind her, each labeled in the small exact hand Mara had admired for years. Here order did not merely happen, it was maintained by attention. Tessa set down the tray and removed the covering sheet. Edith's eyes sharpened at once, taking in the two tags first, then the stem. She did not ask for the whole story immediately. Instead, she put on the pair of round spectacles she used for difficult handwriting and drew the nearer tag beneath the lamp. Mara gave her the short version while Edith examined it, hidden in a finished bouquet, addressed in effect to Willow and Honey, marked on the back in pencil, with another matching tag found in the ribbon drawer and a carefully stripped rose stem hidden beside it. Edith listened with the absorbed quiet of someone building a little map behind her face. When Mara finished, she touched the back of the tag with one blunt fingertip. "This isn't a postal mark," she said. "At least not from any office I know. but it borrows the feeling of one. 3 strokes in a line invites a sorting habit. That may be the point. A person sees it and assumes it belongs. She lifted the second tag and angled both to the light. The pencil soft, quick work, same hand on both. She turned the written tag over again. And for the remedy shelf has the brevity of direction used between workers, not gift givers. So not a mistaken customer note, Mara said. No, it wants to travel inside ordinary work. Edith set the cards down and picked up the rose stem. This is interesting. Tessa explained her thought about passing it through herb bundles. Edith reached for a scrap of packing straw from a nearby basket and tried threading the stem through, then set it against a tied packet of paper-wrapped letters. The strict surface slid easily beneath the twine. It could go into many things, she said. A long parcel cord, through a bouquet, in a tied herb bunch, even through the fold of wrapping paper if one were careful. She looked up at Mara. Does this match any rose you've sold today? The leaves are from one of my pale apricot roses, I think. The shape is right. But the bloom is gone and I've cut many. I can't be certain from the stem alone. Edith nodded and turned the stem again. The thorn removal is too patient for hurry and too hidden for display. Whoever prepared it expected handling in close quarters. Mara glanced around the post office. Packages sat stacked by destination. String hung from pegs. Labels waited in tidy piles. The room itself seemed suddenly part of the pattern. If someone wanted to move notes through ordinary things, would they need many stops? Fewer is better, Edith said at once. Each handoff risks being noticed, but places where goods are wrapped, tagged, or set aside after hours are useful. Yours, Tessa's, mine potentially, if someone were reckless enough, though I'd likely catch it. There was no boast in that, only fact. I have, however, seen people imitate systems they don't fully understand. They borrow tags, marks, and parcel habits because those things pass beneath notice. Tessa rested her fingertips on the edge of the tray. 3rd shelf, lower row. It could, but if so, it is private, not standard. And since the wording already names a destination, I suspect the pencil mark tells the next person what kind of handling this requires, rather than where to set it. Mara thought of the hidden scrap at the stall. After close, both women looked at her. She drew the folded scrap from her pocket and laid it beside the tags. Edith read the single penciled word and exhaled softly through her nose. That gives us time, she said. A little. Mara expected for a moment that they would all begin theorizing in circles. Instead, Edith did what she always did with disorder. She sorted. First, these are not random leftovers. Someone prepared materials in advance and expected them to pass through your hands unnoticed. Second, the destination named is not the customer but Tessa's front area, likely because objects can sit there without comment. Third, the stem suggests concealment inside a tied or wrapped item, rather than a flower arrangement meant simply to be admired. Fourth, the activity spans more than one day and more than one place, which means routine is being used, not opportunity alone. The summary steadied the room. Mara felt her own thinking align under it. Edith then reached into a drawer of postal odds and produced 3 small glassine envelopes, the sort used for delicate slips and stamps. Into one she put each tag, and into the third the rose stem, after wrapping the cut end in fresh paper. She wrote a date and the time on each in her tidy hand. Condition matters, she said. If we are comparing later, we'll want to know what was where. Mara's affection for her rose quietly at that. Thank you. Edith gave a small shrug. Now we need to decide whether to interrupt the route or let it show itself. Tessa looked toward the street, where the light outside had lowered another shade. If someone expects an object to arrive at my remedy shelf tonight, and it does not, they may change methods. If it does arrive, we may see who comes for it, Mara said. Edith nodded. Then we make something that can be expected to travel. A bouquet, Mara said. With a tag, Tessa added. And something inside to mark whether it has been touched, Edith said. For several minutes, the three of them worked in the compact, practical way women do when a task is clear. Mara fetched from her stall a small bunch of evening stems that would suit Tessa's counter and arouse no notice. 2 pale roses, feverfew, mint, and a sprig of rosemary. Tessa contributed a few lengths of lavender and a paper wrapper from her own supply, one she knew well enough to recognize at a glance. Edith provided a hair-fine strand of dark thread from the post office mending tin and a wafer-thin arrival slip with the blank center cut away so it could lie concealed and still shift visibly if moved. Back at Willow and Honey, they assembled the test on the wrapping counter under the amber glow of the lamp. Mara built the bouquet with calm hands. She chose stems for softness and shape, while keeping another line of attention on utility. The roses cupped inward, pale as apricot tea. Feverfew brightened the collar. Lavender breathed its dry sweetness between mint leaves. She stripped one rose lightly in her usual way and left the other untouched for contrast. But it was the hidden piece that mattered. In place of the original rose stem, which they would keep as evidence, Tessa prepared a slender length of fennel stalk, smooth and nearly weightless, and Edith looped the dark thread around it, so fine that it disappeared against the greenery. The thread passed through the cut center of the arrival slip and then tucked beneath the bow. If anyone drew the hidden stalk free or shifted the tag, the paper ring would tear or slide. Mara used one of her own parcel tags, blank except for a simple customer-facing note in her hand, "With care." Beneath it, concealed under the turn of the bow, Edith slipped a second tiny slip no larger than a fingernail, marked with a dot of violet tincture from Tessa's shelf. "It needn't tell us everything," Edith said. "Only whether the bouquet remained what you made." Mara tied the bow and sat back. The arrangement looked entirely innocent. More than that, lovely in the unassuming way many useful things did. A customer would buy it without thought. A worker would set it on a shelf and think the place brighter. Tessa lifted it and regarded the tag placement. Where would someone leave this if they wanted it near the front, but not directly in public hands? "Your remedy shelf alcove," Mara said, "beside the honey lozenges." Tessa nodded. "There is a corner there where overflow stock rests before I sort it." Edith folded her spectacles and set them aside. "Good. Then we follow the routine as closely as possible. Mara brings it over near closing as she often might. Tessa sets it in the alcove. I finish my last collection round and come by on my way home. If anything is changed after the shutters are drawn, we will know by the thread and the hidden slip." Mara thought of being inside the darkened shop, waiting for some unknown person to reach for a bouquet. The idea sent a quick little run of nerves through her, but not an unpleasant one. More like the fine alertness before a storm that may pass as rain or reveal lightning. "Will we stay?" Tessa considered the layout of her shop in silence, eyes on the shelves and doorway. "There is space in the back room from which we can see the front through the bead curtain if the lamp is low. Anyone entering after hours would have to come through the side door or already possess reason to be there. I lock the front, but the side is used for deliveries and can be opened from outside only with my key." She paused. "Which has not left my apron." Edith stored that detail away at once. Then the likely method is not a full entry by a stranger. More likely someone with ordinary cause to be here before closing shifts the object and returns later when Tessa is occupied. Mara looked at the remedy shelf, then at the bouquet in Tessa's hands. The clue changed shape again. She had begun by thinking of hidden messages inside her flowers. Then she had seen a route through Tessa's shop. Now the stripped rose stem suggested handling by someone who did not need to steal whole bouquets at all. They needed only the path flowers provided, and the familiarity of work tables, tags, and shelves. The hidden object might never be meant for the customer. It might be transferred out before the bouquet finished its day. Then the bouquet is only the cover for movement, she said quietly, not the end of it. Tessa looked at her and smiled very slightly. Yes, she tested, where the bouquet could rest without tipping, where a hand could reach it quickly, and where a person in the back room might still keep it in view through the hanging strands of the curtain. We will want one more thing, she said. She returned to the counter and drew from her pocket a small square of chalky paper, a forwarding slip trimmed blank. If tucked under the base of the vase, any lifting will crease it. Tessa supplied a low ceramic jar with a little water. Mara placed the bouquet into it, adjusted the roses, and watched while Edith slid the paper square beneath. Only the tiniest white edge showed, like the corner of a label. The market outside continued its ordinary descent toward evening. Stalls closed one by one. A wheelbarrow rattled over stone. Somewhere nearby a child laughed and was called home. The gentleness of those sounds made the work at the counter feel stranger and more intimate, as if the square had folded one secret room inside the larger familiar one. For a while they spoke only in brief useful phrases. Tessa moved a tin of salve, so it would not block sightlines. Mara wrapped up the last unsold posies from her stall, and brought them over to cool in the back room, giving her reason to remain after her own counter closed. Edith checked the post office lock, returned with her shawl over one arm, and set a small handbell near Tessa's back shelf, in case they needed to summon one another without raising their voices. When at last the practical preparations were done, they stood together in the front of Willow and Honey, and looked at the remedy shelf. The bouquet sat where any friend might have left it, a kindness for the shop, a bit of beauty by the jars of syrup and rolled packets of tea. Nothing about it invited suspicion. The tag rested neatly beneath the bow. The jar's glazed rim caught the last warm light. Mara stepped closer and let her gaze move over the stems one more time. That was when she saw it, not in the bouquet they had made, but in the memory of the hidden stem from her ribbon drawer. A rose stem there had been stripped more carefully than the rest of any work she herself would have done, because the person preparing it had cared less about the flower than about the skin of the stem. Smooth passage mattered. Quiet extraction mattered. Whatever had been attached to it was meant to be removed quickly later. Not a message to be discovered by chance then. A transfer designed to vanish. She said as much, softly. Tessa followed the thought at once. Then tonight may not be about leaving something, it may be about collecting it. Edith's eyes warmed with approval rather than alarm. That is the better understanding. It narrows what we watch for. Mara looked at the innocent little arrangement and felt the mystery turn in her hands as tangibly as paper. The flowers had not been chosen for sentiment. The cards had not been written to comfort. Her own tools and habits had been borrowed to make a handoff appear harmless, temporary, forgettable. The careful thorn stripping was the clue that changed everything. Whoever had done this was thinking like someone moving an object through touch and cord in narrow spaces, not through open display. Outside, the square went on dimming into evening. Tessa reached to lower the shop lamp by one notch, bringing the front room into a softer gold. Edith settled her shawl properly on her shoulders and checked the side door once with a clerk's exact hand. Mara smoothed the edge of the bouquet's paper collar and stepped back with them toward the rear, where the bead curtain waited, and the first quiet watch of the night could begin. Chapter 4. The Hidden Core. By the time Mara let herself in at the back, the market had gone soft and hollow with evening. All the day's voices thinned to a memory that still seemed caught in her sleeves. She set down her basket, hung up her coat, and stood for a moment in the little quiet of her kitchen, listening to the familiar house settle around her. Somewhere near the window, a spoon she had left to dry gave a faint glassy tick. The air held the scents she trusted most at day's end: cool stone, old paper, damp soil, rosemary from the sill, and the calmer sweetness of the ribbon-tied bundle of dried lavender beside the books. She had expected only tiredness. Instead, her thoughts still moved with the fine-threaded alertness of the watch they had set in motion. A bouquet on Tessa's remedy shelf. Hidden indicators where no one should look unless they already knew to look. The stripped rose stem, the little tags, Edith's certainty that ordinary work had been turned into a passageway for something meant to slip through unnoticed. She could do nothing more tonight from here. The test was laid, so she gave herself over to smaller things. At the end of the kitchen, where the back door opened toward the narrow patch she called her garden, a square table stood under the window. It had once been painted green. Time and weather had made it several quieter greens instead, and at one corner the wood had silvered through. On it lay the arrangement she always drifted toward when she needed her hands to slow before sleep. 2 heavy books, waiting pressed blooms between sheets of paper, a shallow dish of saved seeds, a pair of snips, a ribbon spool the color of faded petals, and 3 cutting glasses lying near the edge where the last of the daylight reached them. The glasses had been a hopeful experiment from last week's trimmings, stems too good to waste and too uncertain to trust to soil at once. She had meant only to change the water and turn the glasses a little so they would not lean too hard toward the window. She touched the lavender bundle first out of habit, then reached for the nearest glass. Even before she lifted it, something in the arrangement tugged at her eye. All 3 glasses held stems from the same afternoon and sat close enough to be compared at a glance. 2 looked exactly as she expected. Pale roots had begun to cloud one node on the mint cutting in the middle glass, no more than the first clean whiskers. The rosemary in the third remained stubborn and green, but the first glass, the one with the slender stem she could have sworn would be slowest of the 3, had changed markedly in the few hours since she last looked. Mara picked it up and turned it in the fading light. The stem was from one of the little white sprays she often tucked into larger bouquets to soften stronger blooms. She had taken it because the tip was fresh and there was room in the glass. Now a fringe of roots fanned at the submerged node, longer than any beginner's tuft had a right to be after so short a time. Beside the cutting glasses sat a jam jar she used for odds and ends, and in it a sprig of the same filler flower from 2 days earlier, kept only because she had liked the shape of it. It had been standing in plain water without any care beyond that, no fresh cut, no leaves properly stripped. She set the rooted glass down and lifted the jar. The older sprig had done almost nothing. The stem end was dull and faintly clouded. A leaf had gone limp. At the node there was no sign of root at all, only a little green swelling that might have become one eventually. In an ordinary comparison that settled it. One stem had been prepared properly, the other had not. A clean cut and a stripped lower length could easily make a difference. Yet this was more than a difference, it was haste. She had spent enough of her life watching what plants did with care, neglect, chance light, wrong jars, old water, and the minute accidents of a work table to know when variation belonged to the ordinary world and when it leaned just beyond it. She tipped the glass once more and studied the cut end through the water. There, a slight flattening where she had not expected it. She fetched the small hand lens from the dish and bent over the table. Under magnification, the cut end showed a neat, narrow divide. Too regular to be rot, too fresh to be old damage. It ran upward only a little way and then stopped. Below the waterline, where the first roots had appeared, the outer skin of the stem seemed faintly scraped. Deliberate. Mara straightened slowly. For one suspended moment all she could see was the stripped rose stem on Edith's table, cleaned for passing through tied bundles without notice. Ordinary work used as cover. Small adjustments hidden among common tasks. A stem made to serve another purpose. Plants behaved oddly for reasons that had nothing to do with people's schemes. But she also knew what she had left here this morning. She had tidied this table before opening the shop because she always liked to come home to order after a market day. The cutting glasses had been filled to matching levels. The white spray cutting had been made quickly, but cleanly. She had not scraped it. She had not split the end. She looked at the waterline on each glass. The rooted one sat a little lower than the others. Evaporation could account for some of that. A warmer patch of light could account for more. Yet the lowered water, the altered cut, and the sudden root burst together made a pattern she could not dismiss. Very carefully, Mara lifted the rooted glass and carried it inside where the kitchen lamp threw steadier light. She set the glass on a folded cloth and went back for the jar and the other two cuttings, lining them in a row beside it. Then she took down a saucer and laid the hand lens, her snips, and a clean spoon beside it. The room had become attentive. She leaned close again, comparing the stems one by one. The mint roots were beginning where they should. Rosemary remained unchanged. The older white sprig in the jar looked slack and ordinary. The quick-rooted cutting alone showed the scraping, the split at the end, and when she turned it just so, a bruise silvering near the node, the kind of mark a thumbnail might leave if someone pinched and rolled it to loosen the skin. That made her set the lens down. Someone had handled it. She searched backward through the day. Morning had begun in the shop, with buckets to refresh and paper to fold. Before that she had come through here half awake, changed the water in the kettle, looked once at the garden table, and gone out. In the afternoon she had not been home. After closing she had gone straight to Tessa, then to Edith. She had returned only now, which left the little interval of the morning before market when the back door had stood open while she carried out a cracked pot and shook old soil into the bin. She had been in and out then. Any neighbor might have called over the wall. Any passing cat might have jumped up to nose around. But wind did not scrape stems, and cats lacked such tidy horticultural intentions. Perhaps because it was here, on her own table, among her own patient things, this small irregularity kept insisting on itself. Her off-duty life had always seemed sheltered by its scale: seeds, cuttings, heavy books, dried lavender, a world too domestic to interest anyone with slyer purposes. She had been losing that certainty by degrees since yesterday. Now the loss sharpened. She touched the ribbon spool without thinking, letting one thumb rest against the soft, worn edge. It steadied her. If the stem had been altered, then the quick rooting itself was no mystery. The mystery was why this one had been touched. No note accompanied it. No tag, no hidden slip tucked in the glass. She checked anyway, lifting the cloth beneath and peering under the saucer, then along the table edge and under the books. Nothing. Then another possibility arranged itself. Perhaps the important thing was not the stem's haste, but the fact that her ordinary reference had made the difference visible. If the untouched sprig in the jar had not stood nearby, she might have admired the healthy rooting and thought little more. One changed, one left alone. That thought brought her back to the glasses themselves. She sat, drew the row nearer, and looked harder at the vessels than the stems. The rooted cutting sat in her narrow cutting glass, the one with faint vertical ridges that caught light like pressed pleats. The mint stood in a plain tumbler. The rosemary occupied a small bottle with a chipped lip. The jar held the older sprig. None matched. She used whatever came to hand. But tonight, for reasons she could not yet name, she lifted each one and tested its weight. The cutting glass with the white spray felt slightly heavier than it should. Water accounted for most of that. She poured a little into the saucer, reducing it to the level of the others, and weighed it again in her palm, still a shade heavy. Mara tipped the glass and peered through the bottom. At first she saw only the distortion of ridges and lamplight. Then a dark line curved close against the inside base, nearly invisible unless the water moved. She fetched the spoon, slid the bowl carefully into the glass, and coaxed the stem aside. The dark line shifted. Something else was in there. Her pulse gave a single firm beat. She angled the glass over the saucer and poured the water away in a controlled thin stream, catching the stem before it slipped. At the bottom, freed of distortion, lay a narrow strip no wider than a grass blade, curled on itself from soaking. Not plant matter, paper. She stared at it for half a breath, then laughed once under her breath in surprise at having spent so many moments on roots, when the real thing had been sitting under them all along. She set the cutting gently aside on the cloth, and with the spoon eased the soaked strip onto the saucer. It was indeed paper, or something very like it, toughened by fibers. Water had made it limp, but not dissolved it. A film of green from the stem clung faintly to one side. On the other there seemed to be a mark, perhaps two, though the wetness blurred them. Mara dabbed her fingers dry and resisted the urge to peel it open at once. Instead, she fetched a scrap of blotting paper from the drawer where she kept writing things, laid the strip on it, and covered it with a second piece to draw off the moisture. While she waited, she examined the cutting again with a more disciplined eye. The tampering with the stem looked almost companionable to it, not random at all. The split end had widened the base enough to make room in the grass for something dropped in close beside it, without obvious rattle. The scraped lower stem had encouraged quick roots, which would obscure the bottom of the vessel and make anyone less likely to notice what rested there. A healthy rooted cutting invited pleasure, not suspicion. Her throat tightened slightly at that. This was not a clumsy intrusion. It belonged to the same patient intelligence she had already glimpsed in the hidden tags and prepared stems, only here it had crossed from shop work into her private table. She went to the window and looked out across the patch of garden. Dusk had thickened. The path was a pale suggestion between herb pots and the low border where she had put in late seedlings. If someone had reached this table while the door stood open in the morning, they had needed only a few moments and a calm hand. Mara returned to the table and lifted the top blotter. The strip had flattened enough to examine. It was cream, slightly ribbed, cut very straight. On one end a tiny notch had been taken out. Across the middle, in a wash of blue-gray that had held despite the water, was a single drawn shape. At first she thought it an ordinary line, then the shape resolved. A small vertical stroke crossed near the top by two shorter ones, with a dot set beside the lower cross. It was neither letter nor number she recognized at once. Along the reverse side, almost too faint to see, was a smear of something silver that caught the lamp when tilted. A hidden paper strip marked in an unknown hand, tucked into a cutting glass that had been made to conceal it. Her flowers had carried one kind of signal. Tessa's remedy shelf might reveal another by midnight. And here in her own kitchen was a third method, something meant to be found only if the glass were empty, or perhaps meant to stay hidden until delivered elsewhere along with the rooted stem. Delivered where? She sat back and let that question settle, then fetched a clean sheet from beneath one of the heavy books and laid the strip on it. She brought over the little candle she used when pressing blooms late, and wanted stronger side light than the lamp gave. She lit it and angled the paper between warm light and shadow. The blue-gray mark darkened. The silver trace on the back rose clearer. It was not random powder. 3 tiny rubbed lines sat close together there, as though something metallic had pressed against the strip before it was tucked away. The pattern reminded her of the texture left by a ribbon spool if damp paper were wound too tightly around it. She glanced at the spool beside the books. Its rim was old cardboard, worn smooth. Along the center where the ribbon racked, the edges had picked up minute nicks over years of use. She lifted it and held it against the candlelight, then against the strip, not touching, only comparing. The strip was much narrower. The marks on the back might still have come from some small round object with ridged edges, though not this exact spool. She looked again at the notch in the strip. That notch was practical and familiar. She had seen workers make tiny indexing cuts in paper lengths so they could sort them by touch from a stack. If this belonged to a set, then the mark on it might only make sense with its fellows, which meant there could be others. She checked the remaining glasses at once. Mint, rosemary, even the casual jar sprig. She emptied each carefully into separate bowls. No paper strips, no hidden pellets, no tags, no beads, no curls of wax. Only water, stems, one drifting mint leaf. She inspected the inside bases with the lens. Clean. When she returned to the first strip, the fact of its singleness sharpened. Someone had wanted this cutting, this glass, this one place. Mara considered whether she ought to take it immediately to Edith. Edith would have good eyes for made things and old methods. Tessa would want to know as well, yet the hour was drawing later. The watch at the remedy shelf would already be underway. Better to keep this secure, note every detail while fresh, and bring it at first light, unless something happened sooner to connect it. She reached for a pencil and made a neat sketch of the blue-gray symbol and the 3 silver rubbed lines, adding the notch at one end. Then she wrote the simple facts beneath in plain order. White spray cutting in ridged cutting glass, altered stem, rapid rooting, paper strip hidden at base, found evening after return from market. Her hand paused over the next line. Time inserted, unknown, but likely during morning interval with door open. A small sound at the back made her turn. Something had brushed the lower door panel from outside. She held very still. A second touch came, then the polite scratch she knew well. She let out the breath she had unconsciously kept, and went to open it. The neighbor's cat, gray and self-possessed, slipped in as though she had always intended to visit at exactly this moment. She wound once around Mara's ankles, then sat and inspected the kitchen with grave approval. Mara crouched to stroke her absently. The cat smelled of cold air and time. Her arrival eased the room by a degree, but only partly. When Mara rose, the strip on the table still drew the eye as steadily as a flame. She gave the cat a saucer of water and a scrap from the larder, then resumed her work. If someone had stood at this table, they might have used whatever lay nearest. She began a quiet inventory. The dried lavender bundle remained tied as usual, though when she lifted it she noticed one loosened stem caught under the ribbon where she would not have left it. The heavy books stood stacked as before. The top one, however, had shifted half an inch off true. Inside, the pressed blooms between its pages were undisturbed, save for one sheet turned backward. The ribbon spool sat where it belonged, but the loose tail had been tucked through itself, making a tiny hitch she never made because it creased the ribbon. None of these things were proof on their own, yet together they made the same soft claim as the altered stem. Hands had moved here. Mara untied the lavender bundle and retied it in her own way, partly to soothe herself and partly to feel whether anything had been concealed among the dry stems. Nothing. Then she opened the top heavy book and checked the pressed blooms one by one. Fern, cornflower, a nearly transparent pansy, 2 sprigs of feverfew, 1 rose petal saved for its uncommon copper edge. All present. No inserted paper. No cuts in the pages. When she came to the ribbon spool, she almost set it down again. It was too familiar to invite suspicion. Then she remembered the silver rubbed lines on the hidden strip and looked harder. Near the inner cardboard core, where only a narrow arc showed, a tiny glint winked. She unwound 3 turns. Caught beneath the ribbon pressed flat against the spool's core lay a grain of metallic foil no bigger than a nail paring. Silver, thin and creased. Mara pinched it free and laid it beside the damp strip. The rubbed lines on the strip's back were almost certainly made by contact with something of this sort. Either way, the spool had now joined the glass as a vessel touched by the same hand. She unwound another turn, then another, slow enough not to crease the ribbon. Nothing more appeared. At the 7th turn, however, the ribbon passed over a slight thickening that should not have been there. Mara stopped. The thickening was subtle, but once noticed it held the fingers. She fetched a bodkin from her sewing tin and teased up the edge of the ribbon at the thickened place. There, tucked flush against the cardboard core, was another strip of paper. She eased the ribbon back without unraveling the whole spool and slid the paper free. It was the same cream stock, similarly cut, also notched, but on the opposite corner. Across its face ran a different mark in the same blue-gray, a curved line meeting a short bar. On the reverse, silver dust had transferred in a crescent, where the foil had touched it. Mara set the second strip beside the first, and let the pair speak to each other. Same material, same scale, different notch, different mark. A set then, or part of one hidden in water, one hidden under winding ribbon. Two household objects, both close to the books where pressed blooms lay. Someone had chosen her quiet table because it offered many natural pockets. Glass bottoms, ribbon cores, book leaves, dried bundles. The cat jumped lightly onto the chair opposite and fixed a yellow stare on the new arrangement of clues, as if claiming a share in the investigation. Mara almost smiled. The next step was plain. Search the rest of the table thoroughly, but with method. She moved everything onto the kitchen cloth one piece at a time. Seed dish first. Only seeds, sorted exactly as she had left them, though she spread them gently with the spoon to be sure no folded scrap lay beneath. Snips, clear. Bodkin tin, threads, needles a button. Heavy books, pages riffled slowly then checked at the spine hollows. Pressed bloom papers, each lifted and held against the candlelight. In the second book, between two blank sheets near the back, she found a faint rectangular impression, but no object. Something had been there once, or the paper had rested under a weight. Hard to say. She noted it and moved on. Beneath the books, on the tabletop itself, a nearly invisible ring marked where the ridged cutting glass had stood. Within that damp ring, caught against the grain of the wood, lay a speck of blue-gray pigment. She touched it with the damp tip of the spoon, and it melted into a soft smudge, matching the Strix marks. The clues had been assembled here, then. That realization altered the room physically. Her kitchen, her garden threshold, had served as a work surface for another person's hands. They had stood where she stood. They had known enough of her habits to trust these objects would remain unexamined. They had chosen containers that belonged to beauty and upkeep, the very things she reached for when she wished to be calm. She forced herself back to utility. At the underside of the table, just beneath the edge nearest the window, her fingertips found a rough spot. She bent and brought the candle lower. A tiny scrap of wax, pearl-colored, had been pressed there and mostly removed. In the wax remained the shallow imprint of a narrow shape, likely made to hold a slip of paper temporarily while hands were occupied elsewhere. Mara scraped the wax free onto the saucer. It smelled faintly of nothing she could name, cleaner than beeswax, less sweet than candle wax. She added it to the growing little constellation. Outside, darkness completed itself. The kitchen now held only lamplight, candlelight, and the soft body heat of the cat in the chair. The market and Tessa's watch shelf felt far away for a moment. She glanced at the clock and measured the hour against what might be happening there. If someone came to tamper with the test bouquet, Tessa and Edith would see. If nothing happened, that too would tell. Her own part, unexpectedly, had become to preserve and connect. She laid the two paper strips in parallel. The first mark, the crossed vertical with its dot. The second, curve and bar. She tried the simplest possibilities first. Could they correspond to the hidden tags and bouquets, to shelf positions at Tessa's, to flowers, remedies, persons, days? With only two symbols she could make them mean anything and therefore nothing. Better to seek pattern in their making. Same ink, same hand pressure, same economy of stroke. The dot beside the first symbol had been added after the main lines. Its edge was darker, where the nib or brush had paused. The second symbol's curve began thin and thickened, suggesting it had been drawn left to right in one motion. Mara took a scrap and imitated both marks herself, not to counterfeit them, but to understand the movement. Then she compared the notches. One was cut from the upper right corner, the other from the lower left, opposites in a sense, indexing, sequence, or pairing. Her eyes drifted to the heavy books again, then to the cat, who had settled onto her forepaws and was now slowly patting at the trailing end of the faded ribbon. The movement was enough to jog another thought loose: comparison. The chapter's first irregularity had only become meaningful because another ordinary stem stood nearby. Here too, perhaps, the right comparison was close at hand: an ordinary paper reference, something from her own supplies, cut in similar size. She opened the drawer where she kept bouquet tags and lengths of wrapping slips too narrow for regular use. Among them lay offcuts of cream stock from an old packet she used occasionally for personal notes. The color was wrong by a breath, warmer than the hidden strips. The texture was smoother, but one stack deeper she found a smaller set she had merely forgotten. Narrow label blanks purchased months ago because the paper took pencil cleanly. These matched much more closely in rid and stiffness. Mara held one beside the discovered strips. Same sort of stock, perhaps from the same maker, but not from her packet. Her blanks were fractionally wider and unnotched. More interesting was the size. The hidden strips seemed cut to fit inside narrow household containers, a ribbon spool core, a cutting glass base, places where a broader slip would show. She turned one of her blank labels over and rubbed it against the silver foil scrap. Fine metallic traces transferred in lines exactly like those on the second strip. Useful, and told her only that the silver marks came from close pressure, not from some special substance. The more she handled the spool, the more convinced she became it should now be considered with the strips rather than left among harmless household things. She unwound the rest of the ribbon fully onto the table, creating a soft faded river across the wood. The empty core, freed of wraps, showed two shallow indentations opposite each other where paper had been tucked before. Two. She had found only one strip there, so there had been another. Mara closed her eyes briefly, seeing the changed alignment of objects anew. If one paper had been hidden under the ribbon and another in the glass, perhaps the spool had originally held a pair, one removed and relocated to the water. Why move it? To separate matching pieces, to mark stages, or because one object was meant to stay, the other to travel. She checked the floor, the folds of the cloth, the pages of the books again, then the drawer front where she might have rested the spool while working. Nothing. The missing impression remained empty. The cat pounced lightly on the ribbon's end and dragged it half off the table. Mara rescued it before claws could make lace of it, then stopped with the ribbon gathered in her hands. Ribbon traveled with bouquets. Of course it did. A spool on her home table was one thing. A wrapped length cut from it could be another entirely, once tied around flowers at the shop. If someone had hidden slips in or under winding layers, they might remove one as needed when ribbon was taken off for use. A domestic object feeding the trade by inches. She looked at the empty core indentation. The object that mattered most had shifted one final degree. Not the rooted cutting alone, not even the found strip alone, but the means by which hidden pieces could move from a private spool to a public bouquet without drawing the eye. Her mouth tightened with reluctant admiration. It was clever. Too clever to be accidental, too integrated with her routines for comfort. And because it was integrated, she suddenly knew what to do next. She rewound the ribbon neatly, taking care to preserve the place where the found strip had been hidden. Then she took one of her own blank label offcuts, cut it to the same dimensions, and tucked it into the second empty indentation in the core. No mark on it, only a slight fold so she would know it at once. A test, simple and silent. If anyone returned to the spool, expecting another slip there, they would touch her decoy. If no one came, the decoy would still help her track whether the ribbon was disturbed before morning. The rooted cutting deserved its own protection. She trimmed the altered lower inch free and laid the piece in a small saucer, preserving the split and scraped skin. The healthy upper portion she put into fresh water in a plain jar with no hidden place at its base. Let it root or not on its own merits now. The original ridged glass she dried thoroughly and set upside down beside the lamp. Empty, it no longer looked picturesque. It looked useful. At last she gathered the real paper strips, the foil scrap, the wax, and her notes into a small envelope from the writing drawer. On the front, she wrote only the date and a pressed, careful flower mark she sometimes used instead of her initials. Then she slipped the envelope under the heaviest of the books, where no draft could take it and no casual hand would see. The kitchen had grown late, her tea had not yet been made, the cat was asleep in the chair, as if she had been folded there by an invisible laundress. Mara blew out the candle and stood a moment in the lamp's remaining pool, listening again to the house. The room had changed in meaning, but it was still hers. The lavender still scented the books. The pressed blooms still waited their patient flattening. Even the ribbon spool, newly suspect, retained its softness in the hand. She went to the back door and checked the latch once more. Then, after the briefest hesitation, she opened it a crack and looked into the dark garden. Cool air brushed in, carrying damp earth and the green breath of the herbs. Nothing moved. Still, she took one of the little clay pots from the sill and set it just inside the threshold, where it would topple if the door opened unexpectedly in the night. A simple warning. When she returned to the table, her gaze went first to the spool, so that was the thread to carry forward. In the morning she would bring the envelope to Edith and Tessa, tell them about the altered stem and the hidden slips, and most of all show them the core of the ribbon spool with its concealed indentation, and her quiet decoy waiting there. For tonight the matter could rest in that shape, a rooted cutting that had called her attention, a comparison that made the tampering visible, and beneath the domestic prettiness of her own tools, a hidden passage opened one object wider than before. Chapter 5. The Dark Petal. Morning opened with that pale kind of brightness that seemed to arrive by touching surfaces one by one. The window latch, the enamel jug by the sink, the rim of the basin where Mara had washed her hands before tying on her apron. She had slept lightly and woken early, not from fear exactly, but from the steady pressure of unfinished understanding. The hidden strips, the foil trace, the careful handling of objects on her table, during the brief gap when the back door had stood open. None of it had become less strange overnight. It had merely settled, like silt in a clear jar, into distinct layers she could look through. She had wrapped the paper strips separately and tucked them flat between pages in an old seed ledger so they would not bend further. The spool, with its neat decoy pressed into the hollow where something else had once rested, sat in a small tin lined with tissue. She had planned very firmly to take the lot to Edith and Tessa before opening the shop. That had been the whole shape of the morning in her mind. But the market had a way of asking to be handled before any other concern could claim the hands. By the time she reached Petal Pine, the square was stirring in its familiar sequence. A cartwheel grated over stone. Someone across the way shook out a striped awning with 2 brisk snaps. The baker's boy passed with a basket over one arm, leaving a warm trail of yeast and toasted crust that met the cleaner green scent seeping from Mara's own door as she opened it. Inside, the dim room held the close cool of water kept in buckets overnight, stem ends deep in it, leaves rested after travel. Paper sleeves leaned in a crock by the wrapping table. Ribbon reels hung in their orderly row. She glanced there first without meaning to. Everything remained as she had left it. The room looked innocent in morning light. That was what made it difficult. Lovely things usually did. Mara set the key on its dish, crossed to the back work table, and checked the seed ledger in her satchel with the quiet touch of someone confirming a pulse. Still there. She exhaled. She could go to Edith and Tessa in half an hour, she told herself, long enough to bring out the first buckets, set the front neat, and make sure no early customer found the place in disorder. Routine helped. She had always believed that. Routine revealed what had shifted. She rolled up the front half of the awning, carried out 2 metal buckets of mixed greens, then a low tub of white narcissus whose cups held last night's chill like silver. Outside, she arranged the display in the order she used when she wanted the eye to travel from bright to soft and then linger. Deep pinks nearest the walkway, then apricot, then a drift of paler flowers farther in, where passers-by had to step closer to see the fine veining in the petals. The later blooms, the ones that opened more fully once the day warmed, needed height behind them, so she dragged the wooden crate stack a little nearer the door and tested it with her foot. Solid enough. She lifted 2 shallow boxes onto it and began sorting the cream-colored stems she had saved for the upper tier. They were good flowers, cream with a breath of green at the outer guard petals, each bloom layered tightly in the center, each stem straight and clean. They had arrived wrapped in tissue and had drunk well overnight. She loved this part of the morning, when similar flowers were gathered into a single intention. 1 bucket for people wanting quiet grace, 1 for something fuller and expensive looking, 1 to break apart from mixed bunches if trade grew brisk. Arrangement made sense where much else did not. She stood on the lower crate, set the first handful together, turned them by the stems so the heads faced in a soft spiral, and stopped. A single dark petal lay caught among the cream-colored blooms. At first glance it looked almost black. Then the light from the square reached it and she saw the undertone. A dense wine red, velvety and curved, the edge unbruised. It had lodged itself where 2 cream heads pressed together, held there as neatly as if someone had threaded it in on purpose. It did not belong to any flower in the box. None of these stems had dark centers, dark guards, or any fading that could cast off such a petal. It was too fresh besides, still supple, no drying at the edge. Her hands remained where they were, stems balanced across her palms. She felt very clearly the moment the morning tipped away from ordinary. Mara set the handful down, without jostling it. She reached in with 2 fingers and eased the dark petal free. It came loose reluctantly, as if it had been tucked deeper than chance would have placed it. The cream petals around it sprang back into shape. She laid the dark one on the flat lid of the empty box and looked again through the flowers nearest it. No other dark fragments, no torn bloom, no staining on the pale petals where a wet red petal might have brushed them. No sign that one of yesterday's mixed stems had simply shed into the wrong bucket. She stepped down from the crate and drew the whole box closer to the door for better light. The petal sat on the cardboard lid like a dropped seal. Even by itself it carried weight. She knew flowers well enough to read them by parts. This had not come from anything sold in the front display yesterday. It was broader than a ranunculus petal, thicker than a rose's outer curl, smoother than hellebore. If she had seen the whole flower, she would have remembered it. Someone called a greeting from across the square, and Mara answered automatically without taking her eyes off the lid. Then she bent closer. Near the base ran a faint line, not a vein, a mark. A thin dusting of pale grit clung there, almost invisible against the dark color. Pollen, she thought first, but not from the cream flowers. Their pollen was tucked away in gold, and this looked lighter, almost chalky. She touched it with the edge of a clean fingernail. Some came away, leaving a narrow crescent of clearer color beneath. She looked back into the box. The cream stems had come tied in 3 small bundles, each with brown paper around the lower half and twine at the middle. She had cut the twine and removed the paper last night, recut the stems and set them to drink. She remembered that distinctly because she had done it while thinking through the altered cutting at home, paying close attention to one task so the other would not run away with her. If the dark petal had been in the box then, would she have missed it? Possibly. The room had been dimmer, she had been tired, and a single petal lodged inside a pale mass could go unnoticed if it sat deep enough. Yet she disliked the answer. She lifted each stem in turn from the shallow box and checked beneath. Water droplets shone on the cardboard bottom. A loose leaf, 2 cream petals fallen naturally from outer edges, no more dark pieces. She examined the blooms themselves, turning their faces gently. None showed any gap where a foreign petal might have snagged while handling. These flowers had not made room for it. It had been inserted after they were cut and before she found it, or dropped there with such care that it stayed hidden through travel and soaking and evening work. Careful seemed more likely. A customer paused at the doorway, admired the narcissus, and moved on. Mara waited until the square's little pocket of motion passed, then carried the lid and the petal inside to the wrapping table. She took out a sheet of plain tissue and folded the petal onto it, not enclosing it yet, only giving it a clean surface. The color looked deeper against white. The pale dust at the base remained. Her first practical instinct was to decide whether the thing belonged where it had been found. If it did, perhaps it was a supplier's mistake, an odd remnant from a mixed load. If it did not, then this was another deliberate placement among ordinary materials. And if it was deliberate, the choice of flowers mattered. Cream-colored blossoms, the kind often bought for sympathy, for quiet visits, for the sorts of occasions where ribbons and tags traveled from hand to hand without drawing much notice. The thought ran close beside yesterday's discoveries and tightened there. She searched her memory of the previous 2 days' stock. She had sold burgundy roses 3 afternoons ago, and a handful of plum anemones the day before that. But both had come and gone long before these cream blooms arrived. This petal matched neither exactly. The rose's petals curled differently at the edge, thinner and more reflexed. Anemone petals had a sheen this one lacked. She opened the waste pail where trimmed stems and damaged leaves waited for compost. Green, cream, a streak of yellow from narcissus trumpets, nothing dark. She checked the floor beneath the table, nothing. She folded the tissue lightly over the petal and set it beside the scale. The sensible next step would have been to go directly to Edith and Tessa with it and the rest. That was what she had already decided. Yet listening to the market gather itself outside, she felt the decision shift. The hidden strips from home were private. They belonged to a room entered, and objects handled near her own table. This petal lay in shop stock, among flowers set to be seen and sold in public. It might still tie to the same hidden traffic, but it changed the field. If someone had placed it among cream blooms that would soon stand in the doorway, then she might need eyes that understood the movement of goods here in the square before she carried everything into official hands. Even so, she wanted one more check before changing course. She took the tissue packet and went back outside to the crate stack. The cream flowers waited where she had left them, orderly despite the interruption. Mara lifted the second shallow box onto the crate and sorted through those stems too, slower this time, looking not merely for another dark petal, but for any irregularity in the arrangement itself. A stem angled wrong, a gap too deliberate, a scrap of paper tucked low. Her clue sense, if she had one, had always lived in arrangement and condition before motive. The second box yielded only flowers and water, and one loose length of straw from packing. She checked the third bundle, the one she had already transferred to a bucket overnight. Nothing there either. The dark petals stood alone, which made it more particular. Mara set the cream blooms together again, but not in the sales display. Instead, she made a neat cluster in a work bucket, just inside the doorway. She did not want them carried off before she understood whether the petal had marked them for someone or from someone. Then she looked at the market square and began taking stock of who was already in place. There was movement enough now. Stalls opening, a fishmonger laying crushed ice, the woman with jars of preserves setting out her labels in a row, a pair of children sent on errands, running until one of them remembered the eggs in his basket. Familiar faces, all of them. But the person Mara found herself seeking was not yet at his usual pitch. She went back inside, tied the tissue packet with a narrow strip torn from plain paper, and tucked it into her apron pocket. The seed ledger remained in her satchel under the counter. She could still carry all of it to Edith and Tessa at any moment. The choice had not closed, it had simply widened. When the bell above the door gave its little bright note, Mara turned expecting a customer, and found instead a porter she knew slightly, a young man with careful hands who often delivered crates to 3 shops in the row. He had a folded docket tucked into his cap band, and the expression of someone trying not to be in the way. She asked after his load, and while he set down a parcel of wrapping paper ordered last week, let the question she wanted sound incidental. Had he noticed anything odd in the flower deliveries yesterday evening? Any mixed crate? Any repacked stem bundles? Any box opened and retied? He considered in earnest. His answer gave her little. He had brought in 2 stacks to her back door, one from the usual wholesaler, and one transferred from another cart delayed by a broken wheel. He remembered the extra handling because he disliked wet cardboard on cold hands. All had looked sound. He had not opened anything. He had set the boxes where she asked and gone on. Mara thanked him, paid for the paper, and let him leave with no further fuss. The useful part was small but real, one transfer from another cart, more hands than usual in the chain, enough to admit chance, enough also to shelter intention. She glanced once more toward the square. The pitch she had been watching was now occupied. A handcart stood there with its drawers half open, showing folded lengths of cord, packets of tacks, sealing wax, labels, a jumble of necessary things for other people's shops. Rowan had arrived. She knew him as one knows those who work a market by habit rather than closeness, by the neatness of his stock, by the fact that he noticed if a hinge pin was going and produced one before the hinge surrendered entirely, by the way he seemed to understand who needed coarse twine and who wanted ribbon thin enough to disappear. He dealt in practical small goods, odds and ends that passed through many hands. If anyone in the square kept an eye on how materials moved between stalls, without looking as though he were observing anything at all, it was him. Mara hesitated only long enough to set a handwritten notice by the till, "Back in a moment," and draw the shop door to, not latched but nearly so. The cream blooms remained just inside, pale and composed, with their missing irregularity in her pocket. Crossing the square with purpose always made her feel more conspicuous than she actually was. In truth, nobody cared very much where a flower seller went at 8:30. A woman carrying milk nearly clipped her shoulder and apologized. The baker's boy on his second round tipped his basket in greeting. Rowan looked up from arranging packets of pins by size and gave her the mild, inquiring nod he gave everyone before finding what they needed. Mara did not begin with the petal. She asked for 2 reels of plain string she did not urgently require, giving her hands a reason to be there. While he fetched them from a lower drawer, she studied the cart. Everything sat in practical order. Folded paper tags in one shallow compartment, wax sticks bundled by color, spare pencils sharpened at one end and wrapped at the other, lengths of ribbon wound around flat cards. The sight touched the thought she had come carrying. Ordinary shop materials, easy to hide among, easy to pass along. When he set the string down, she asked whether many stalls had taken extra ribbon lately. That earned a more focused look. He said spring always moved ribbon, bouquets, cakes, parcels, favors for one little celebration after another. Why? Mara weighed how much to share. The market was too open for a full account, and she had no wish to spread half-formed suspicion where it might sour into gossip by noon. So she kept to the part now in public life. She had found something in a box of cream blooms that did not belong there, she said. Had he seen dark flowers moving through the square early, or anyone handling her stock? That changed him very slightly, not into alarm, but into attention. He folded his hands on the edge of the cart and thought. Then he gave her the useful piece without ceremony. Before dawn, while several shops were still shut, he had seen a woman he did not recognize, standing near Mara's doorway, with a bundle of pale flowers in her arms, not entering, only pausing as though checking a tag or count. He had assumed she belonged to one of the delivery carts, except that her bundle had no paper sleeve around it, and she had carried it too neatly for unloading. When he looked up again after serving another stall, she was gone. He had not mentioned it, because the market often borrowed each other's thresholds for a moment. The odd part had been the flowers, pale enough that he remembered them now only because they seemed to glow against her dark coat in the half-light. Mara felt the clue aligned. Cream blooms. Someone near her doorway before opening. A thing inserted where only a hand among flowers would find it, or fail to. She took the tissue packet from her pocket and opened it just enough to show him the petal. His eyes narrowed, not in suspicion of her, but in scrutiny of the object itself. He did not touch it. He noted after a brief look the pale dust at the base. Then he glanced at the labels drawer in his cart and drew out a blank cream tag for comparison. He held it near the petal, then toward the light. A faint powder clung to one corner of the tag as well, almost the same pale chalk. "From the chalk room," he said quietly. Mara knew at once what he meant. Several stalls used a shared back room off the lane behind the square where extra boards, packing straw, and seasonal display pieces were kept. The shelves there were marked in chalk because ink smeared in damp weather. Florists used it only now and then for spare vases or stands. The bakers borrowed trays. Rowan stored bundles of tags and lengths of paper there when his cart ran full. Pale chalk dust was common enough in the room, but not on fresh flower petals unless the bloom had brushed a marked shelf or been set down among things kept there. The petal had not merely come from some dark flower somewhere, it had been in the chalk room recently. Mara closed the tissue again, the path ahead sharpened. If this belonged to the same hidden traffic as the strips and foil trace, then someone had used the shared room as a point of handling, public enough to avoid notice, private enough to sort materials. More importantly, it meant the matter had stepped beyond her home and her table. She no longer wanted first to walk into Edith and Tessa's morning with a packet of oddments and a theory. She wanted to look once, quietly, where the petal pointed, and she wanted someone who knew the room's comings and goings to know why. "You should tell them," Rowan said, meaning the proper authorities without naming them. Then, because he had already understood the direction of her thought, he added that if she meant to look before telling, he would open the chalk room with her. He carried one of the keys for the shared stores. Better two people than one, better in daylight than later. Mara considered only long enough to respect the caution. The old plan, Edith and Tessa first, then whatever followed, had felt prudent because everything had still been close to home and hidden in domestic objects. But a clue and sale stock changed the shape of responsibility. She would still tell them, certainly, soon. Yet if the shared room held some ordinary explanation, she could bring that too. And if it held something less ordinary, then leaving it unattended while she crossed town might lose the freshest trace. She nodded. Now. He closed two drawers of his cart, set the string reels aside for her to pay later, and hung a temporary board on the handle, stating he would return shortly. His efficiency pleased her, in spite of the reason for it. Together, they crossed the edge of the square and slipped into the narrower lane behind the row of shops, where the morning sounded different, less like trade, more like deliveries, footsteps on packed grit, the thud of a crate set down around the corner. The chalk room sat halfway along, reached by a short stone step and a door whose paint had long ago settled into weathered gray. Mara had opened it many times before, though never with any special attention. It was one of those communal spaces people ceased to see clearly because it always smelled the same. Dry wood, old straw, paper, a little lime from the walls. Rowan unlocked it and pushed the door inward. Cool dimness met them. Light came from a small high window and from the open door behind, laying pale bars across shelves, spare boards, folded cloths, stacked baskets, and a peck of dust. Chalk marks labeled the shelves in blunt abbreviations and crick symbols. Petal buckets nested upside down in one corner. A crate of empty jars stood beneath a rack of seasonal signboards. Nothing looked overturned. Nothing announced itself. Mara stayed on the threshold for a beat and let her eyes adjust. Then she looked for what did not suit the room's normal condition. The first thing she noticed was not dramatic. One length of cream ribbon hung from the edge of a shelf, instead of being wound on its card. It was only 6 inches long, perhaps less, and at first might have seemed ordinary waste, but the cut at one end was sharp and angled, while the other end had been torn hurriedly, leaving threads. She stepped to it, touched it, and felt that it was newer than the room around it, cleaner. It had not gathered much dust. Rowan followed her gaze and frowned. He said he did not store ribbon loose in here. Cards only, tied in bundles. Mara looked below the dangling piece. On the shelf itself lay a shallow drift of chalk dust, interrupted by a clear oval where something small had recently rested. Not large enough for a bucket or stack of tags, more the size of a hand mirror or a flat tin or a spool laid on its side. Beside the oval sat 2 grains of dark red, so tiny she might have mistaken them for flecks of old paint, if not for the petal in her pocket. She did not touch them yet. Instead, she followed the shelf line to the right. Partly hidden behind folded brown paper was a narrow smear in the chalk dust, as if someone had drawn a fingertip or thin object through it while reaching. The movement ended at a little cluster of blank cream tags. Her heart gave a single harder beat. She lifted the top tag carefully. Plain. The next plain as well. The third had a pinprick near one corner, too neat for damage, as if something fine had pierced it. The fourth carried the faintest press mark on the back, not writing, but indentation from writing done on whatever had once lain atop it. She turned it to the light from the open door. A shallow curve crossed the paper, then another. No letters she could read, merely traces. Rowan, understanding enough not to crowd her hands, moved instead to the room's other shelves and scanned them in his own way. He checked the bundles of tags, the rack of cards, the spare wrapping paper. After a minute he said quietly that one packet of narrow silver foil slips was missing from a stack he kept for confectioners who wanted tiny wraps for sweets. He was sure, because the packets came in dozens tied by blue thread, and one place in the tied row stood empty. Foil again. Mara let that settle without speaking. She looked back at the oval in the chalk dust and thought of the indentation inside her ribbon spool at home, now occupied by her decoy. A flat object rested here recently, tags nearby, ribbon loose, foil missing, a dark flower brushing the shelf and leaving pale dust at its base. She crouched to inspect the floor beneath the shelf. There, in the seam where wall met boards, lay a curled fragment of cream paper, no larger than a fingernail clipping. She picked it up. One side was blank. The other held the barest streak of graphite, a line cut off by the tear. Not enough to read. Enough to know it had once belonged to something written. A noise sounded in the lane outside. Steps, then a wheel passing. Both of them paused. The noise continued on. Rowan moved to the door, and after a glance out, left it open. The room did not feel dangerous exactly, but it did feel used. Mara rose and took the tissue packet from her pocket again. She laid the dark petal beside the dusty oval without setting it down in the dust, only hovering it there to compare. The size matched the memory of the resting object poorly. The petal itself was too small to have made the oval, but the dark flecks on the shelf could easily have come from its edges if a whole bloom or a cluster had been set there while someone handled nearby materials. Cream tags, cream ribbon, silver foil, Rowan said after a moment, keeping his voice low by instinct. Things people don't notice if they travel. The sentence did not explain. It connected. That was enough. Mara folded the petal away once more. The immediate action had become clear. This was no longer only about showing evidence to Edith and Tessa. It was about bringing in someone whose ordinary work, touched the unnoticed movement of stock and supplies through the market. Someone like Rowan had already seen the sort of details that would help place which hands used this room and when. If she went now to the authorities, she did not want to leave him outside the account as a mere witness found afterward. She wanted him involved from the start. That was the change, and she felt it settle with surprising steadiness. She told him, briefly and plainly, about the hidden paper strix in the rooted cuttings glass, the foil trace in the ribbon spool, the signs that objects at home had been handled while her back door stood open. Not every thought she had spun around them, only the facts he needed to understand why this room mattered. He listened without interruption, one hand braced on the shelf, his practical face gone still. When she finished, he gave a short exhale through his nose, and looked around the chalk-marked room as if seeing all its harmless utility reconsidered at once. Then he said he would come with her. He knew who borrowed tags, who favored narrow ribbon, who had reason to pass through the lane before dawn. He could make a proper list before memory loosened, and if the room was to be checked officially, he should lock it afterward and keep the key until it was asked for. Mara agreed immediately. The rightness of it relieved her more than she expected. She had not wanted to carry this growing pattern alone any farther than necessary. Together they made the room as untouched as possible again. Mara returned the indented tag stack exactly as she had found it, except for the one with the pinprick, which she kept wrapped with the petal in fresh tissue, after Rowan confirmed there were many blanks, and this one could be spared for inspection. He took no missing packet from elsewhere, no loose ribbon, only looked and remembered. Then he stepped back into the lane, drew the door gently shut, and locked it. The market sounds met them again at once, warmer and more ordinary than the lane. A gull cried overhead. Someone laughed near the produce carts. For a moment the square seemed almost absurdly innocent, all its goods set out in broad daylight, while a quieter commerce tucked itself between paper, foil, and flowers. Mara returned to her doorway with Rowan beside her. She took down the little sign she had left by the till, and before reopening fully, moved the cream blooms from the inner bucket to a place behind the counter where no customer would casually select them. The single dark petal remained in her apron pocket, light as nothing, and heavier than it ought to be. Rowan waited while she took up her satchel with the seed ledger inside. He paid her for the string without counting, and she tucked the coins into the drawer by habit. The small normal motion steadied the larger one to follow. She glanced once around the shop, the ribbon reels in their orderly row, the paper sleeves, the narcissus bright in the front bucket, the crate stack holding the later flowers up to view. Everything looked ready for trade. Everything would have to wait a little longer. Mara pulled the door almost closed again, this time with a proper note on it. Back shortly. She slipped the key into her pocket, rested one hand on the satchel strap, and nodded to Rowan. They turned together toward the street that would take them to Edith and Tessa, carrying between them a calmer, fuller account than she had expected to bring when the morning began. Chapter 6. Borrowed Trust. By the time Mara crossed back into her shop with Edith and Tessa beside her, the cream paper on the wrapping table had already gathered a new dusting of petal flecks from the morning's work. A curl of pale ribbon hung over the edge, like a loose shaving of moonlight. The room should have felt settled. It did not. The unease had changed shape on the walk over, growing less like surprise and more like a pattern waiting to be seen from the proper angle. She set their bundle in the center of the table with deliberate care, the dark red petal pressed flat between two clean scraps of paper, the cream tag she had found at home, the silver foil slip from the same hiding place, and the ribbon end she had tucked into her apron pocket before leaving. Rowan had stayed behind in the chalk room to keep anyone from tidying away what they had just found, but his part in it had already become useful weight. It made this next step feel less like private suspicion, and more like proper notice. Edith took in the table at one glance, then the room. She had the particular stillness of someone who spent her days deciding what belonged in which pile and what had strayed. Tessa eased her basket onto a nearby stool and moved close enough to look without touching. She carried with her the faint green sweetness of dried chamomile and fresh stems. Between them their presence steadied the small shop. Mara had expected to begin with the things on the table. Instead, her attention caught on the narrow glass jar near the end of the wrapping space, the one she kept for odds and endings too sound to throw away and too singular to place into a bunch. Only one stem stood in it this morning. She did not remember setting it apart. That was the first true irregularity, plain and close at hand. The stem was pale, almost the color of cream laid in shade, and finer than the others in the bucket by the door. A single flower head rested at the top, half open, its petals narrow and slightly curled, as if they had hesitated before fully unfurling. It looked ordinary enough at first glance, yet it had been placed alone, and she had not done that lightly. Solitary stems in that jar were usually meant for a particular purpose, to test how a bloom would open, to keep watch on damage, to save one especially lovely specimen for a regular customer. This one stirred none of those memories. She moved toward it. "Did either of you put this here?" Neither had. Tessa leaned in, her gaze soft but exact. Mara turned the jar with 2 fingers so the lone stem caught the light differently. Morning fell in from the front windows in a pale slant. As the jar shifted, water trembled against the glass, and the bloom showed a faint inner flush she had not seen before, a blush of pink hidden low in the throat where the petals overlapped. The stem itself bore a dusting close to the cut end, so slight it would have passed for ordinary grit if she had not spent the past hour thinking about chalk. Tessa noticed it at once. There. Mara tipped the jar a little, enough to bring the lower stem into clearer view. A fine white trace clung just above the waterline and gathered in one tiny seam where a leaf had been stripped away. Edith bent in. "That shouldn't be in the water." "No, and this flower wasn't in my buckets at dawn. I would have seen the pink." She listened to her own certainty. She knew her stock by tone and shape before she knew it by count. Cream flowers were one thing, blush flowers another, and this one was both at once, exactly why it had hidden so well until the light found it properly. Someone had selected it for that. Tessa's eyes moved from the flower to the spread of items on the table. "Set apart, kept upright, displayed," Edith said. The word landed cleanly. Mara looked again. Yes, the jar had not been used merely to hold it. It had been placed where anyone wrapping a purchase would have to see it, close enough to lift, close enough to compare against paper, tags, ribbon. She drew the jar to the center of the wrapping space. Petal flecks shifted under the base with a dry whisper. Then she began sorting the nearby items without fully deciding why, following the kind of instinct that had more to do with arrangement than argument. She moved aside the roll of cream paper, lined the ribbon spools by width, gathered the stack of blank tags, and set the small box of foil slips near the edge where the light struck them. The table slowly changed from everyday clutter to a field of placed things. Edith watched her hands. Tessa, understanding the same need, began helping in silence. Soon the wrapping table looked as if it were preparing to explain itself. Mara set the cream tag from home beside the jar, then the ribbon end, then the foil slip. The objects had seemed linked before by circumstance. Now, laid near the stem, they began to look like parts of one act. Cream, silver, a hidden blush, a flower held apart and kept visible. Edith asked to see the stock tags Mara had used since yesterday. Mara pulled the tin from beneath the table and tipped out a small stack. Edith sorted them swiftly while Tessa glanced over each rejected tag before setting it down. At first, the differences were tiny. Most were cut from the same cream card, punched at the same corner, threaded with similar ribbon. But one stack dwindled fast, while another grew. Edith chose 3 and laid them in a row. These are from this week, these 2 from earlier. This one, she touched the middle tag, was cut from the same cardstock, but the hole is fractionally lower. The corner trim is neater. Different shears or someone taking more care than you do in the rush. Mara let out a breath that was almost a laugh, because it was true. Her own corner cuts were tidy but swift. This one had the almost too pleasing precision of someone trying to imitate shop work after watching it from nearby. Tessa lifted it, and there's powder here too, along the thread. A pale residue had lodged in the twist where the ribbon passed through the hole. Chalk again. Not enough to mark the card plainly, enough to say where fingers had been. Edith glanced toward the back, where the door to the workroom stood, half open. How many ready-made bundles were wrapped here yesterday? 5 before noon, 3 after, 2 hand-tied with no wrapping, 1 larger order in the evening, and I made up 3 small posies for the front stand. Which of those used tags threaded with ribbon? Most of them. She stopped. Except the posies. Those had simple paper bands. Edith nodded. Then if someone handled your tag stock here, they expected tags to matter. Tessa had gone back to the lone stem. She touched 1 petal lightly, not enough to bruise it. This was cut recently. The edge is still fresh. Mara looked at the stem end in the water. Her own knife cuts were steeper and neater. This had been snipped with scissors. Another imitation. Someone had used Florist's habits from the outside in. She went to the nearest bucket and searched the cream flowers there, lifting bunch after bunch, comparing stems, petal shape, the faint veining at the throat. None matched exactly. Some were fuller, some more purely ivory, some with yellow hidden at the center. None carried this secret blush. The lone stem had come from elsewhere. That's the same sort the woman carried, Mara said quietly, remembering Rowan's account. Pale flowers before dawn. From a distance, cream. Up close, something else folded into them. Edith absorbed that without fuss. Then it was left here intentionally. But why on the wrapping table? Tessa asked. Mara kept looking at the spread she had made. The answer came as a picture of hands working where hers usually worked. Someone standing right here in the early light, selecting 1 stem from a bunch, trimming it, placing it in the jar, then sorting through her supplies. Not stewing broadly, choosing, testing, matching. She turned the jar again. The flower's hidden blush flashed and disappeared. To compare it, she said, against the paper, the tag, the foil, to see how it would look made up as one of mine. No one answered at once, because it fit too smoothly. Edith's gaze moved to the front windows. A parcel arrangement. Tessa picked up the silver foil slip, for sending or for carrying as if it had come from here. The scene settled. The missing foil slips in the chalk room, the fresh handling of tags and ribbon, the hidden petal among her stock, the woman with pale flowers at her door before dawn. None of it had been random. Someone had been using the idea of her shop, perhaps the appearance of her work, for some purpose that needed to pass cleanly through other hands. Edith straightened. We need to know whether anything went out bearing your wrapping that you did not prepare. Mara nodded at once, and whether it was taken from here complete or assembled nearby. Tessa was already glancing around the room in a new way. Then let's look at what on this table would make that easy. They did. Mara pulled open the shallow drawers beneath the wrapping surface and brought out each kind of supply in turn. Blank cards, tissue sheets, narrow ribbon, broad ribbon, wax seals she used only at midwinter, twine, sealing gum, a pad of order slips, a small stack of printed labels with the shop name. Edith counted what could be counted. Tessa inspected what could be felt or recognized by handling. Mara, who knew the ordinary disarray of her own work, could see where tiny disproportion had crept in. One ribbon spool was less full than it should have been, though not enough to blame at once. Two cream labels sat upside down beneath the stack, as if someone unfamiliar with her habit had thumbed through too quickly and replaced them wrong. A square of tissue had been folded into quarters instead of thirds and put back among the flat sheets. The gum pot had a thin skin on top, suggesting it had stood open longer than she ever left it. None of these on their own would have drawn her eye in a busy morning. Together, they felt like quiet footprints. Edith made a small, orderly row of the questionable things. Someone worked here, but not with your rhythm. That pleased Mara more than it should have, because it gave weight to the sort of evidence she trusted best. Not dramatic disturbance, but disturbance in pattern. Tessa lifted the printed labels. How many of these did you use yesterday? 3. There are 4 missing from the count marked on the wrapper. She showed Mara the pencil notation on the brown paper band. Edith looked up. Would you ever use one without recording it on an order card? No. Would a customer ever help themselves to one? Only if I were very inattentive, and they'd have to know where I kept them. The answer ripened among them with unpleasant clarity. The person had not only been in the shop, she had known enough to use what gave the wrapping authority. The label, the foil, the right sort of tag, even a flower close enough in color to pass. Mara's eyes returned to the jar. She left that behind. As a mistake? Edith asked. Or as a guide? Tessa said. Mara considered both and discarded the first. The jar had been placed too neatly. The stem had been trimmed. It had been set where the light could strike through it as the morning advanced. The flower had stood as a sample. She was matching the arrangement, Mara said, not making one here from start to finish, working out how to present something else. Edith accepted that quickly. Then the current space has become a model. The words changed the room at once. The wrapping table was no longer simply where Mara prepared flowers for ordinary market life. It had been used as a reference bench for false preparation, and once she saw that, she could not bear to continue wrapping purchases there as if nothing had shifted. She began moving things with sudden purpose. The row of doubtful supplies went to one side. The ordinary stock she closed away. She lifted the narrow glass jar and set it carefully on a tray by itself. Tessa brought over a clean cloth and spread it on the far end of the table. Edith fetched a stack of empty pastry boxes from under the counter at Mara's direction, and together they divided the surface into 2 zones, what belonged to the day's business and what belonged to the question pressing through it. By the time they had finished, half the wrapping table had become a temporary evidence space. Though none of them used the grandness of that term. The jar stood near the center with the lone stem inside. The flower turned slightly sideways. Beside it lay the cream tag, the ribbon end, the silver foil slip, the powder-marked stock tag, the upside-down labels, and the gum pot with its skin intact. On the other half of the table, clean paper waited for customers, untouched. Edith seemed visibly easier once the distinction was made. She took out a small notebook and wrote a compact list in her clear clerk's hand. Mara could not see every word, but she recognized the cadence of record. Item, condition, location, observed difference. Tessa leaned over the tray with the jar and narrowed her eyes at the water. There's more in the bottom. Mara came close. A faint settled cloud lay beneath the stem, pale against the glass. She had taken the chalk dust on the cut end for transfer from fingers, but some had drifted loose into the water after the stem was placed. That meant it had been on the flower before it entered the jar, not merely brushed there by later contact. Not enough to foul it, Tessa said. Enough to say the stem was laid on a dusty surface before it was stood upright. The chalk room, Mara said, or a table carrying the same dust, Edith added. Mara thought of the shared room at the back of the market row, where signs and notices were lettered, where cream tags and ribbons had no natural business lying about. Yet they had found signs of exactly that. The person had not only gathered materials there, she had likely trimmed or sorted flowers there too, at least for a little while. But then why bring this stem forward and leave it here? Because the comparison had to happen where Mara's actual wrapping supplies lived. The chalk room was a gathering place. The shop table was the template. Edith closed the notebook. I'll need to know whether any parcel or bouquet was sent through the post in your name, or looked to be from here. Can you check? I can check what came through with labels, forwarding slips, or descriptions that stand out. I can also ask whether anyone remembers a wrapped floral parcel handed over without the usual order chit. If someone wanted speed or anonymity, they may have avoided questions. Tessa rested one hand on the clean side of the table. And I can ask among my morning calls whether anyone received flowers unexpectedly yesterday or today, especially pale ones wrapped in cream with silver. The usefulness of it spread warmth through Mara's chest. The matter had moved beyond her own uncertainty at last. It had shape. It had tasks. Before they could divide them further, the bell over the door gave a mild chime. All three women turned. A customer paused at the threshold, then seeing the gathered seriousness, lifted a hand in apology, and said she would come back later. Mara crossed to the door, reassured her gently, and promised the shop was open. The woman returned after all and asked only for 2 stems of rosemary and a bundle of daisies. Mara served her from the clean side of the wrapping table, using fresh paper from a newly opened roll. She did not touch the tray. The small transaction soothed her oddly. Routine had not broken, it had narrowed. When the customer had gone, Edith watched Mara tie the parcel. You've already changed how the room works. I had to. Yes, keep it that way until we know more. Customers could still be served. Flowers could still be wrapped. But from now on, every item that touched the questionable half of the table would stay separate, and every ordinary act would happen on the other side. The lone stem had forced that distinction. Tessa began sorting through the nearby baskets of loose blooms, not to make bouquets, but to see what the stem was closest to by family and handling. She drew out 3 similar flowers and set them on the cloth one by one. Beside the jarred stem, each difference became easier to read. This one too broad in petal, this one too yellow in center, this one lacking the pink shadow low in the cup. Mara fetched another bucket from the cool back room and found 2 more near matches, but they failed as well. It isn't from your usual wholesaler, Tessa said at last. Mara knew that before she answered. No. Then whoever left it either brought in outside stock or took it from someone else in the market. Edith tapped the notebook against her palm. Who nearby carries flowers close enough to this sort? Mara named 2 stalls and 1 grower on the edge of the square, none of whom sold in exactly her style. One preferred lush mixed bunches, one dealt mostly in potted things, and the grower brought in field stems tied with twine. A single careful bloom with hidden blush did not belong strongly to any of them, but it could have been slipped from a bundle before dawn. Tessa considered the petals again, or from a garden. That opened another possibility. Mara pictured the flower not as market stock, but as something cut privately, selected for resemblance rather than for sale. If so, the person had taken trouble. Edith drew a slow breath. Then the purpose may not have been commerce at all. It may have been delivery. A bouquet sent under Mara's apparent hand, a parcel dressed to look like one of hers. The idea had already been there, but hearing it pared down made it more urgent. Delivery to whom, and with what inside or attached? Flowers were trusted. Wrapped prettily, they passed into homes and hands without resistance. Mara returned to the tray and stared at the stem until she saw again the decision to set it alone. There was care in that. A sample bloom, selected and kept visible, while the rest of the imitation was worked out. The person had not come merely to take. She had come to learn the look of things. She opened the shallow drawer that held her order cards from the previous 3 days and spread them on the clean half of the table. If someone meant to mimic her work, perhaps they had copied a recent style rather than an older habit. Edith joined her at once, and together they went through the cards by date, recipient, wrapping notes, and ribbon choices. Tessa stood behind them, following over their shoulders. Most orders were easily dismissed. Bright birthday hand ties in green paper, a condolence bunch in plain brown, a posy with no tag for a child. But then Mara found a card from the previous afternoon for a small cream arrangement tied with silver ribbon and a printed label for collection later. Her hand paused. I remember this. Mrs. Vale asked me to hold it, then sent word she could not come. I unwrapped it before closing and put the flowers back into stock. Edith took the card. The label was already prepared? Yes, and the arrangement had stood ready where? Mara looked at the exact place on the wrapping table near the jar. There. Tessa's mouth tightened with understanding. So someone could have seen it. Mara searched her memory. The late afternoon had been busy around the square. The front door had opened often. She had gone to the back twice to fetch fresh stems. Anyone lingering near the threshold or passing the window might have had a good look at the small cream arrangement tied with silver and marked with her label. If the unknown woman needed a pattern to imitate, that order would have supplied one neatly. Edith set the card aside from the others. Keep this separate too. Mara did. The evidence side of the table grew by one more piece, an ordinary order card, except it no longer felt ordinary. It offered a model, a date, a style. Tessa took up the jar once more and turned it a fraction, studying the bloom against the order card and silver slip together. She may have been checking color memory, making sure she had the right flower for what she'd seen. Yes, and if she couldn't steal the original arrangement, she could make something close enough. Edith's brows drew together. There's another use for a sample stem. If the flowers were already bundled elsewhere, she might have brought one in only to match paper and label, then left it by oversight after choosing what she needed. Mara considered that and then shook her head. No, if it were oversight it would be anywhere. This was stood up to be seen. I think she meant to keep looking at it while she worked. Then she had to go quickly. That felt truer. Something had interrupted or hurried the end of the process, and the sample remained. The bell chimed again, and a man came in for a wrapped bunch of thyme blossoms for his sister. Mara served him too, still from the clean side. Edith watched the door and the street beyond, while Tessa quietly shifted the tray a little farther from public view. Their small coordination made Mara unexpectedly grateful. They had folded themselves into the altered use of the room as naturally as if they had always worked there. When the shop settled again, Mara fetched a second narrow jar and filled it with fresh water from the back sink. Into it she placed one of her own cream stems that most closely resembled the mysterious bloom, setting it beside the first. The comparison was immediate and useful. Her flower opened more fully, held itself with a looser neck, and showed no hidden pink when turned to the light. The outsider's stem remained more reserved, more carefully selected for ambiguity. Tessa gave an approving glance. Good. Keep the comparison. Edith added a note to her list. Mara did not miss the quiet significance of what she had done. The wrapping table now held not a florist's working mess, but a small study, the lone stem in its jar, the nearest in-house match beside it, and the sordid remnants of a false presentation. The space itself had become investigative, and because the clue lived in placement and relation, that mattered. Tessa broke the silence. If this was for a delivery, then who in town would accept flowers from your shop without thinking to question them? Quite a lot of people. That's the trouble. Who would notice if the arrangement were nearly right but not perfectly yours? Edith asked. Fewer. That answer carried its own small chill. Trust smoothed over details. A ribbon tied slightly differently, a flower from another source. A label placed too straight. Most people would only see a pretty parcel and the known shop name. The person had counted on that. Edith turned to the order cards again. Then the best chance is to identify the recipient by method rather than by appearance. Someone expecting flowers, someone receiving them unexpectedly, someone connected to a parcel or note. Mara thought through recent commissions, condolences, congratulations, a new baby, an apology that had wanted yellow tulips, and then thought better of it. None tugged hard, but the imitation style, the cream flowers, silver ribbon, printed label, suggested something more formal, perhaps discreet. Tessa's gaze drifted to the front stand where the small ready-made posies usually sat. And if it was not sent through the post at all, only carried by hand, Edith answered before Mara could, then whoever received it may have no record except memory, which means we ask carefully. Mara leaned both hands on the table. She could feel the fine roughness of petal dust under her palms on one side, the smoother, clean paper on the other. One half held uncertainty under watch. One half kept the day going. Her eyes fell on the printed labels again. 4 missing. 1 sample stem left behind. 1 observed arrangement from the previous day. A woman at the door before dawn. Recent handling in the chalk room with cream tags, ribbon, and missing foil slips. The line was now clean enough to follow. I want to know where the false arrangement went, she said. Edith nodded. I'll start with anything that passed under my eye. And I'll ask where flowers have appeared suddenly, Tessa said, especially pale ones in cream paper. Mara looked once more at the lone stem. It no longer felt like a stray intrusion. It was the center of the matter, the one thing the unknown woman had needed to keep apart in order to imitate the rest. Before they left to pursue their parts, Mara made one final change to the room. She fetched a shallow wooden crate from beneath the counter, lined it with folded clean paper, and placed the tray with both jars and all the sorted items inside. She did not hide it entirely. She set the crate on the protected end of the wrapping table, slightly raised, where nothing casual could brush against it, and where the light would still reach the petals. The space was no longer being used simply to wrap flowers. It had become a place to hold and read what had been arranged falsely in her name. Edith approved at once. Tessa adjusted the cloth under the crate so it lay flat. The shop was quiet around them. Outside, market voices rose and fell in the ordinary way. A cart rolled over the stones. Somewhere farther down the row, someone laughed. Inside, the lone stem stood in the narrow glass jar with its hidden blush turned toward the window, patient as if it had been waiting all along for someone to ask the right question of it. Mara untied her apron and retied it more firmly. She would keep selling flowers today. She would keep her hands steady. But now the heart of the room had shifted, and with it her attention. The pretty disguise mattered less than the path it had taken. Somewhere beyond this table, a made thing had gone out under borrowed trust. Finding where it had been sent was what now mattered most. Chapter 7. The Foreopening. Mara carried the crate to the table by the window because that was where the morning light landed most honestly. It was a small wooden thing, old enough for the grain to have turned silky at the edges where hands had lifted it over and over. Inside, empty seed packets leaned against one another in loose ranks, some split at the seams, some folded flat with a care that made them look almost useful still. Between them lay narrow paper slips she had tucked away through the season, little notes about what had taken, what had sulked, what had seated itself where it pleased. A ribbon-tied bundle of dried lavender rested on the windowsill above the table, breathing out a soft, clean sweetness whenever the air shifted. Beside the crate sat a ribbon spool the color of faded petals, left there from some earlier act of tidying that had not gone quite far enough to become proper tidiness. She had promised herself an off-duty morning, or something near enough. No table to set for customers, no stems to trim in haste, no paper to fold around someone else's occasion. The work before her was the small domestic kind she liked best, the kind that could be interrupted by tea and resumed without complaint. She set out the shallow bowl she used for collecting saved things and tipped a handful of clipped seed heads from a paper envelope into her palm. They were light, dry, and variously stubborn. Some had already loosened their contents and were mostly husk. Others still held tight to their seeds, keeping them under frilled caps and among papery bracts. She sorted them almost without thought. Useful into the bowl, spent into one pile, uncertain into another. The bowl itself was pale and broad, glazed in a cream tone that always made brown seed, green stem, and faded silver fluff look unexpectedly elegant. She worked steadily for a few minutes, listening to the small sounds of home, the kettle settling after its first heat, a cart passing somewhere beyond the lane, the faint knock of a branch against the outer wall. It was peaceful enough that the irregularity showed itself at once. Something in the bowl remained rounded, where everything else was cut, opened, or gone to seed. Mara's fingers paused above it. Among the papery bits and clipped stems lay one unopened bud. She did not touch it at once. The bowl held ends and remnants all in some stage of completion. This one had not opened, had not dried in the same way, had not become what the others had become. It sat there with a little reserve of its own, a pale bud on a short clipped stem, neat and intact. She leaned closer. The outer green had faded, but only just. Along one seam there was the suggestion of color beneath, a soft deepening that was not yet flower and might never be. It was firm enough to have kept its shape. The stem had been cut cleanly. It should not have been among the saved heads at all. Mara picked it up at last. It was cool from the morning room, lighter than it looked. She turned it between finger and thumb and tried to place it. Not from the lavender bundle above her. The form was wrong. Not from the little pots on the sill, either. Not from the airy heads she had been sorting. The curve of the sepals, the slight twist at the neck where it had bent before cutting, the folded promise of petals under the casing, familiar but from where? She set it on the table apart from the bowl and reached back into the crate. The paper envelope she had just emptied still lay open. In her own hand across the front she had written only a brief note and a month, enough for herself at the time, less helpful now. She tipped the rest into her palm. More clipped heads, dry and properly far gone. No second bud. The envelope had come from the crate, and the crate from the shelf by the back door where she kept things from home and garden that wanted sorting before winter made decisions for her. Seed heads were for seed. Spent stems were for compost. Buds she did not cut often at home, unless weather forced the matter or some plant had broken. She sat back and let the odd little thing be odd for a moment. Her mind, still trained by the previous day's unease, wanted to ask at once who had put it there and why. But the room was her own, the crate was her own, and suspicion sat less naturally here. Better to begin where things had been carefully kept. The unopened bud was in the bowl because it had come out of an envelope in the crate. The envelope had reached the crate because she had placed it there or slipped something into it while distracted and forgotten. The question was narrower, kinder to the morning, and probably truer. When had she clipped it? She folded the empty envelope flat and searched for the slip that belonged with it. Her notes were never extensive. She trusted small prompts and the memory of season more than tidy records. Still, she usually gave herself enough to know what she had meant. The first few slips she found concerned bean flowers and the pale asters near the step. Another noted mildew with a sighing line under it. Another merely said too early, as if she had needed no further clarity at the time. Near the bottom she found a slip the same size as the envelope, folded once. She opened it and read a short line in pencil, a date, and a place marker she used only for one patch by the fence. After rain, cut before opening. Her gaze moved back to the bud on the table. That was something, though not much yet. She remembered the rain more readily than the cutting. There had been a hard shower 3 weeks earlier, abrupt and silver, followed by one of those strangely warm evenings when everything in the garden smelled newly made. She had gone out with a basket to right the things that had leaned, and gather what would only rot if left. The patch by the fence held several late bloomers, some self-sown, some planted from old saved seed. She had snipped damaged stems there by lantern light because dusk had come on quickly under the clouds. Cut before opening. She rubbed the paper slip between finger and thumb, trying to coax up the rest. Had she meant to bring the bud inside and forgot to compare it later to the open flower for seed saving? Possible. But if so, why had it gone into the seed envelope instead of onto the sill or into water? She rose and carried both slip and bud to the back door. From there she could see the narrow run of her small outdoor space. Pots along the wall, the fence dark with old weather, the late season's tangle settling into itself. The patch in question sat where the morning sun reached only after clearing the roofline. Stems there had thinned in the cool, and a few heads still held their final shape. She looked without opening the door and felt the answer gather before she named it. The bud belonged to the cream-flowering plants with the faint pink blush at the throat. She knew them by habit more than by any formal certainty. They had come from seed saved years running, and every season they shifted a little around their own center, some opening almost ivory, some carrying more color under the petals. She liked them because the blush was hidden until the flower loosened, a quiet secret in a border that otherwise behaved plainly. She liked them, too, because they dried with a clean papery finish if cut at the right moment, and because once in a while a closed bud kept its tint longer than an open bloom. Mara looked down at the unopened one in her hand, a pale bud with hidden color. The room did not alter, but her mourning did. The table by the window was suddenly too near the wrapping paper she had left, stacked neatly on the side chair after yesterday's inspection. The spool of faded petal ribbon looked, from the corner of her eye, too much like the silver ribbon they had discussed, and the crate full of saved fragments no longer felt wholly domestic. Not because the bud itself was alarming, simply because her eye now recognized it as kin to the flower they had noticed among the suspicious shop remnants. She disliked leaping. The resemblance alone did not make a clue. Plenty of pale flowers concealed color. Plenty of buds might have looked similar if found in the wrong place. Yet this one had been clipped before opening and put away among seed heads, which meant she had seen it in a closed state before. More than that, she had kept it, however accidentally. Carefully kept things often remembered for her what haste had obscured. She turned from the door and brought the bud back to the table. This time she fetched a saucer and laid it there by itself. The shallow bowl of seed heads remained in place, but the routine had already broken. She reached for her tea, discovered she had not poured it, and set the cup back down empty. What she needed was not a conversation. She had promised herself no running to the shop over every unease. And besides, there was no one here to reassure or prod her into sense. What she needed was to see where, among her own things, this closed flower had belonged before it became a stray. She took the crate to the floor beside her chair and sorted with more purpose. Empty packets went to one side by type and season. Folded slips were stacked in order of legibility rather than date, which was often the more practical arrangement. Every few moments she glanced at the bud on the saucer, as if it might make itself clearer under observation alone. The packet from the fence patch yielded little beyond the brief note. Another nearby envelope held dried petals from the same planting, save because one flower had opened with an unusually strong blush, and she had wanted to compare it later. Those petals were almost translucent now, cream at the edges, and dusk pink where they had folded inward. When she set one beside the unopened bud, the family likeness strengthened at once. The color under the seam matched in miniature. She sat very still. Yesterday in the shop, the pale flower hidden among wrapping traces had mattered because it did not belong with the regular debris of the work table. It suggested someone had borrowed the look of a specific arrangement and left behind one sign they had not meant to leave. At the time, the flower had told her mostly that the imitation had been close enough to require her eye. Now this bud on her own table offered a subtler possibility. If the person copying her work had used material at this stage closed, pale, blushed only within, the look they wanted might have come from observation before the arrangement fully opened. That drew her back to the cream arrangement with silver ribbon she had prepared and later unwrapped. She remembered lifting stems out of paper, loosening the tie, deciding against sending it as first intended. Some blooms had opened more than she liked by then. One or two had remained tighter. She had thought chiefly about balance and freshness, not future mischief. Had there been a bud like this among them? Very likely. Had she clipped such buds from the garden around that date to use in the shop? Certainly. Still too broad, she thought. The clue was not that she ever used pale buds. It was that one had found its way into a home seed envelope before opening, and remained there until today, which meant this exact variety at this exact stage had been on her mind and under her hand around the same stretch of days as the arrangement someone later imitated. She did not want to build a whole staircase from one narrow step, so she looked for another. At the bottom of the crate lay a little bundle of longer paper slips held together with a loop of thread. These were not seed notes but garden cut lists, the rough domestic cousins of her shop tallies. When she cut from home for the shop, especially during those in-between weeks when supplies were uneven and the garden still offered useful things, she sometimes jotted a few stems down so she would not overstrip one patch. The thread came loose with a tug. She thumbed through them. Most were quick, practical scribbles. 6 cream, 3 green filler, leave the rest, cut after sunset. One was stained where something damp had rested on it. Another had a smudge of soil along one edge. She read without urgency until she reached a list from the rain-marked week. Cream, half open if possible, 2 closed if sound, silver tie, decide later. Mara let the slip lower slowly. There it was, plain and homely and more useful than any speculation. She had written herself a small record of selecting those flowers in stages, including closed buds, for an arrangement she had not yet fully resolved. Silver tie, decide later. That tied the garden patch, the pale blush flowers, and the silver ribbon together in her own hand. She laid the slip beside the bud and felt the clue turn. The unopened bud had not drifted into the seed envelope from some unrelated trimming. It belonged to the same cutting session that had supplied the cream arrangement in haste after rain, in gathering and carrying. One closed bud must have been set down with the wrong things, or tucked into an envelope because she meant to compare how it opened and never did. Either way, it told her something simple and solid. When she assembled that cream arrangement, she had included flowers at exactly this hidden blush stage, and she had been uncertain enough about the finish to note the silver tie as a choice. So if someone had later coppered the look from what remained in the shop, the paper, the tags, the wrapping habits, they might also have copied from seeing the arrangement before it opened fully, when the blush was not yet obvious to anyone who did not know to look. That tightened the field in a way yesterday's evidence had not. A customer receiving the arrangement later might have seen only cream with a little silver and taken no special note. Someone present while it was being prepared, set aside, adjusted, or unwrapped would have been closer to the details. The proportion of half-open blooms to closed, the quiet hidden pink, the choice of ribbon not entirely settled. The imitation had not required only Mara's style. It had required access to a moment in progress. The kettle gave a sudden little click as if it objected to being forgotten. Mara stood, filled it properly this time, and set it to warm again. The ordinary act steadied her. She gathered the slips into a neater row and moved the bowl farther from the crate so she would not jostle the saucer. Outside, light had climbed enough to touch the top rail of the fence. She should have been annoyed at losing her morning to it. Instead, she felt that familiar, quiet sharpening she sometimes got when stems unexpectedly matched the vase waiting for them. Yesterday they had looked outward from the shop. Today the line had folded back into her own keeping and shown her one point of vantage. Whoever copied the arrangement had likely seen it during a narrower window than she had first imagined. Mara poured tea and stood with the cup warming her hand while she looked across the room. She could take the bud and slip straight to Edith and Tessa. That would be sensible. But before carrying a half-made thought back into company, she wanted one more domestic certainty. If the cream and blush flowers in the garden patch still held enough shape, she could compare the closed buds there with the remembered bloom from the wrapping table, and satisfy herself she was not being led by resemblance alone. She set down the cup and reached for her shawl. The back step held a little of the night's damp. The air smelled of cooling earth and old leaves. Her garden was not large, which she liked. Every corner was knowable, every shift in it a little personal. Pots clustered under the wall, herbs now thinning but still aromatic when brushed, one cracked basin catching rainwater, for no better reason than that birds approved of it. Along the fence the late flowers stood in a wavering line, some already harvested down to modest stubs, some carrying their final heads like thoughts they had not yet relinquished. Mara crossed to the patch and knelt carefully where the soil would not mark her hem. The plants were past their grandest moment. Seed heads had begun to form on the earliest blooms. The newer buds were fewer, tighter, and less likely to open before a harder chill took them. She touched one stem, then another, matching shape. Here was the same slight bend in the neck. Here the same casing, faded green with pale cream pressing beneath. She found one unopened bud near the size of the one on her saucer, and brought it close to her face. Yes, the seam carried that whisper of pink hidden under the outer fold, visible only if light struck slantwise. Nothing dramatic. A copier might have missed it entirely unless they handled the flowers, or saw them before opening. Mara remembered the one pale flower at the wrapping table more vividly now. Its near ivory face and the blush tucked inside where the petals joined. That hidden color had drawn her then because it felt personal, one of the little preferences of her hand. She had used those flowers often enough that she rarely thought of them as distinctive, but perhaps they were, in the right season and at that stage. She clipped the comparison bud with the small knife she kept in her pocket and stood. There was no need to gather more. She had what she came for. On her way back she paused by the narrow shelf fixed outside the back door. A few jars sat there catching the morning, one holding saved twine, another buttons too weather-safe to mind temporary exile. Between them lay a square of folded paper she did not at first recognize. It was dry, though the shelf was not entirely sheltered. She picked it up. The paper was ordinary and unmarked, folded once around something very slight. For a moment she assumed it was one of her own little stores of seed, but it lacked any label, which she almost always gave, even if only a hasty initial. She opened it over her palm. Inside lay a short clipped stem with no head attached and two petals pressed flat by the fold. Cream with a faint blush deepening toward the base. Mara stared at them. The petals were bruised thin now, more memory than substance. They had come from the same type of flower, that was clear. But why had they been folded and left on the outer shelf? She searched her memory and found a vague impression of emptying an apron pocket there after coming in from the garden. Twine, a label stub, once a pea pod for no reason at all. She might have done the same on the day of the rain, setting down a damaged bit to sort later, and forgetting it. The clipped stem without its head suggested a flower that had snapped or been trimmed apart, perhaps because the bloom was imperfect. Again the temptation came to make too much of it. She resisted. The folded paper did not prove another hand. The shelf was hers. The packet was likely her own absent-mindedness, no stranger than the misplaced bud in the seed envelope. yet it confirmed something useful. She had indeed handled damaged or partial blooms from that patch while cutting for the cream arrangement. There had been enough sorting at the threshold, enough interruption between garden and indoor work, that one or two closed or damaged pieces could easily have been left aside and forgotten, which made it easier to picture someone seeing the arrangement in an unfinished state. Mara went back in and set the fresh comparison bud beside the saved one. The likeness was close enough to quiet the last of her doubt. One was a touch more faded, of course, but both held the same tucked blush, the same shape. She added the folded paper with the crushed petals to the row of things on the table. The line before her was no grand display. A saucer with an unopened bud, a fresh-cut twin, 2 narrow slips in her own hand, and the folded paper from the shelf. Domestic objects, almost embarrassingly modest, but they shifted the order of her understanding. The false parcel or delivery they suspected had likely not been devised from a customer's memory of a finished bouquet. It had been modeled from the process itself, from seeing the cream arrangement while it still carried her decisions in motion. She sat again and finally drank her tea, now proper and hot. The room had regained some of its morning calm, though not the innocence of routine. Light spread over the table and showed the grain in the wood, the powdery texture of old paper, the tiny starry crumble near the rim of the bowl where one seed head had broken. Mara liked objects more, not less, when they had been handled. They told on people gently. This little collection told on her first of all, her rushing in after rain, her habit of setting things down to remember later, her confidence that she would know what she meant from 2 words and a date. It also told her where to look next in thought, who had been near enough to see that arrangement before it was either sent or dismantled, near enough to note the silver ribbon, the pale closed buds, the manner of wrapping, near enough to use her supplies as a model afterward. She did not answer. The question had narrowed, and that was enough for one morning. Instead, she brought order to what could be ordered. The proper seed heads went back into the bowl. The spent bits she carried to the compost caddy by the sink. The uncertain pile she left for later, because later had already replaced the rest of the morning's plan. She found a fresh envelope, and in clearer handwriting than before, slipped the original bud, 1 petal from the folded paper, and the 2 relevant notes inside. On the front she wrote only what she would need to recognize it without rereading everything. Cream blush bud, rain week, silver tie. The fresh-cut comparison bud she left in a little glass with water. It might open, it might not. Either way, she wanted to see what shape it took indoors. The sight of it by the window pleased and unsettled her in equal measure. Once that was done, she tidied the table with more care than speed. Empty packets returned to the crate in one stack, sorted slips in another. The bowl remained out, because she had not finished with the rest, and did not intend to pretend otherwise. The ribbon spool she wound once around a finger, and set nearer the wall. The dried lavender bundle she lifted and retied where the ribbon had slackened, releasing a stronger drift of scent. Domestic gestures, calming as smoothing a rumpled cloth. By the time she was finished, the room looked again like a place where a person might sit quietly through an off-duty morning. Only the envelope in the glass by the window gave the lie to that. Mara took her mending basket down from the shelf, then set it unopened on the chair. She had meant to spend part of the day with it. There was a cuff to be turned, and a loose hem waiting with patient disapproval. Instead, she found herself reaching for her market satchel. The change in routine did not feel abrupt now. The unopened bud had done the work of it gradually, moving one thing after another, until the morning pointed away from itself. She hesitated only long enough to decide what to carry. Not the whole crate. That would be absurd. Not the bowl. She slipped the labeled envelope into the satchel, then after a second thought, added the folded paper with the remaining crushed petal. The fresh bud in the glass she left where it was. Better to come back to it later, see what time indoors revealed. She folded her shawl more securely, checked the kettle, and stood in the center of the room with the faint sense of having overlooked something. The question resolved into an action. She returned to the table, pulled the shallow bowl nearer once more, and sifted lightly through the clipped heads. If one bud had wandered in, perhaps another fragment had too, but there was nothing beyond what belonged there: dry husks, tiny seeds, brittle stems. She smiled at herself a little for trying. The clue had already spoken as fully as it meant to. At the door she looked back. The saucer was empty now, the evidence put away. The ribbon spool sat dull and soft-colored in its place, harmless as any household thing. The lavender hung above, keeping watch over no one. Through the window the bud in water held its folded shape. She stepped out, then in a brief impulse of caution turned back and slid the satchel strap over the chair, rather than carrying it at once. No need to hurry down the lane as if chased by her own paperwork. She would eat first, or at least cut a piece of bread and call it eating. She would think while she buttered it. A narrower question deserved a steadier mind. In the kitchen corner she found herself glancing at the little glass on the table more often than at her plate. The fresh bud had already changed by the smallest degree, the seam loosening almost invisibly. Closed things never stayed closed, merely because one wished to study them intact. Bread, butter, a pear. She ate standing by the counter because sitting seemed to invite delay. The ordinary tastes grounded her. She reviewed the morning in sequence, making sure nothing had slipped into it by assumption. Crate, envelope, bud, slip, cut before opening, cut list, 2 closed, silver tie undecided, garden patch, comparison bud, folded paper on the outer shelf. Enough, clean enough to carry. What remained open was not whether the clue mattered, it was whom it drew nearest. Someone with access to a moment in progress. Someone who had seen the cream arrangement before it became merely one bouquet among many, before it was unwrapped and returned to parts. That person might still be exactly who she had half suspected from other details, or not. The morning had not offered a face, it had only shortened the corridor. Mara rinsed her cup and plate and left them to dry. She collected the satchel from the chair, and almost on instinct, tucked the faded petal ribbon spool into the pocket as well. She was not sure why. Perhaps because color remembered color, and she wanted to set one ribbon against another if the chance came. Perhaps because home sometimes lent courage in such small objects. She smiled at the foolishness of that, then kept it anyway. Before leaving she paused by the window one last time. The fresh bud had opened the tiniest fraction more. A whisper of blush showed where the petals eased apart, shy and certain at once. Mara touched the rim of the glass, not the flower itself. The morning had begun with sorting what was spent from what might still be saved. It was ending with her plans reordered by one thing that had refused to become either seed or waste. She took up her satchel and went out, leaving the room settled behind her. Only the bud remained at the window, slowly opening into the light, and with it the quiet question of who had been watching closely enough to learn her hand before the flowers fully bloomed. Chapter 8. Beneath the Peonies. Mara was sweeping a crescent of damp petals from the floorboards behind the counter, when the first irregularity caught her eye. It was hardly more than a slant in the little ivory card beneath the white peonies. She had tucked the label in square at opening, angled just enough to read from the customer side, with the stems hidden and the bloom heads lifting above it like folded silk. Now the card sat a breath off true. One corner dipped as if something had nudged it from below. She set the broom against the work table and bent to it at once. The peonies were still cool from the early bucket water, creamy at the center and almost white at the outer guard petals. with that faint green cast fresh blossoms carried before the day warmed them. She slid one careful fingertip beneath the nearest bloom and straightened the flower label by the smallest degree. The pin had not loosened, the paper was not warped. Yet when the card came level, she saw the lower edge bore a shallow crease, and at one side it had been pressed against something gritty enough to leave a pale gray smudge. Mara held still for a moment, fingertip against paper. There was no grit in that bucket. She changed the water herself before dawn, rinsed the metal, trimmed the stems, and pinned the label after wiping each card with a dry cloth. The stall had been quiet so far. A woman buying chamomile had admired the peonies from a distance. A boy had leaned toward the jars of mint and been steered away by his father before his sleeves reached anything. No one had handled the card. She looked lower. The stall cloth draped to the ground in neat folds, blue striped linen with a narrow hem she mended every spring. Beneath its front edge, tucked where passers-by would not see and where she kept overflow paper, spare twine, and the market basket she used for quick errands, there was the faintest bulge, as if something under the cloth no longer sat as she had left it. Mara crouched, lifting the cloth with 2 fingers. Her market basket rested on its side against the support leg, its handles folded in. That was wrong at once. She always set it upright so she could slip things into it without fumbling, and because on its side the willow sometimes caught on the rough board and frayed. A dusting of dry soil speckled the basket rim. She pulled it toward her. The folded square of spare brown paper had shifted to the bottom. Her parcel string was askew. The little cloth purse of seed envelopes sat open by half an inch. Nothing looked stolen, but all of it looked touched. A customer passed outside, and the bell over the shop door gave its friendly little note as the breeze moved it. Mara lowered the stall cloth again and stood, basket in hand. Not theft then. Whoever had been under the cloth had moved carefully enough to put things back, and when they withdrew, the crooked edge of the peony label had caught against whatever they were using the cloth to hide. She drew the basket onto the counter and sorted its contents with the efficiency of long practice. Spare paper, string, a folded apron, 3 seed envelopes, her notebook of orders for the afternoon deliveries, a wrapped heel of bread and waxed paper. Nothing missing there. At the very bottom, however, under the notebook where she would never have put it, lay a narrow rectangle of stiff cream paper. For one startled beat she thought it was one of her own flower cards, but this was cut a little shorter and finer, with a line of faintly raised edging along the border. One corner had been dulled by pressure. The gray smudge from the peony label marked one side. She turned it over. No writing covered the front, only the ghost of where writing had once been, and then been rubbed away, or left unfinished. Across the back, in a hand so light it had nearly escaped notice, was a single penciled word. Hold. Mara read it twice. The market sounds went on around her, comfortable and ordinary. Someone laughed over a bag of apples. The baker called a greeting from 2 stalls down, yet the card changed the shape of the morning at once. It might have been a stock note, a sorting card, a florist's reminder. It might have meant very little, but it had not belonged in her basket, and someone had slipped close enough to the peonies to leave it there. Her first thought was of labels and arrangements, and all the work that happened before flowers ever reached a vase. Her second was of forwarding slips, arrival notices, temporary shelves behind a public counter, and a woman who noticed when one form sat among another by half a finger's width. Edith would know whether this sort of card belonged to any common system of keeping things back and releasing them later. Mara slipped the cream card into the inner pocket of her apron. She reset the basket properly beneath the cloth, set the peonies in order, and looked across the stall to be sure nothing else had shifted. The label now stood neat and straight, but she would not have trusted its innocence again. The morning trade gave her another half hour before she could leave. She moved through it steadily, wrapping narcissus in tissue, trimming stems for a hotel maid, writing a quick card for a man who had nearly forgotten his sister's birthday until the sight of lilac reminded him. Through all of it, the tucked cream rectangle rested against her side like a splinter of thought. By the time the church clock marked the quarter, she had a quiet patch and a clear decision. She hung the little wooden sign that said "Back soon," checked that her cash tin was latched beneath the shelf, and lifted the stall cloth to retrieve her basket. As she did, her eye went once more to the peonies. The label sat straight, but now, looking from below rather than above, she saw something she had missed. The pin that held the card did not pass only through paper. A fine thread, colorless unless it caught the light, had snagged around the pin's back and run down into the shadow by the bucket. Mara went still, then crouched again. It was not a thread from the cloth, not cobweb. A narrow filament, almost invisible, stretched from the pin toward the underside of the stall front, where the cloth met the board. She touched it very lightly. It lifted and shivered with a dry stiffness under her fingertip. Ribbon fiber, not from any ribbon currently in use. Per satin shed differently, with soft frays. This was finer, almost metallic in the way it held a line before bending, the sort of delicate edge that came from a narrow decorative strip. Silver, she thought at once, remembering the undecided ribbon from the cream arrangement. Not proof, only resemblance. The filament had caught when someone pulled free from under the cloth. It must have dragged the peony label crooked and left the smudge when the card brushed the basket or board. She freed the thread from the pin and wound it around the corner of a blank tag, then tucked that in her apron with the cream card. She took up the basket and crossed the square. The post office sat with its windows bright under the shifting morning light, practical as ever in its red-brown brick, with notices pinned square, and a stack of tied parcel sacks visible through the side pane. Mara liked the place for its steadiness. Even when a line formed and everyone brought impatience to the counter, the room itself seemed to insist that each thing would be handled in turn and put where it belonged. The bell gave a firmer sound here when she entered. Edith looked up from the sorting table behind the counter, spectacles low on her nose, one hand bracing a ledger while the other separated a fan of redirected envelopes with quick, exact movements. Her gray dress sleeves were turned back. A neat stack of parcel tags sat by her elbow, all corners aligned. She noticed Mara's face before anything else. "Something's turned up," she said. Mara came to the counter and set down her basket. "A small thing, but I think so." Edith closed the ledger on a finger to keep her place, and came nearer. Mara took out the cream card and laid it on the wood between them. The clerk bent over it, reading the penciled word, taking in the border and the rubbed front. Then she picked it up with deliberate forefinger and thumb. "This is not one of ours," she said. "Close in size to an old hold shelf card, though. Better paper than we use." Hold shelf? A temporary marker. If a parcel arrives early, or someone sent word they'll collect later, or there is some correction to be made before release. We use printed slips now. Before that, cards. This one wasn't cut here. It did not belong to the post office then, but it belonged to the idea of holding things back until some later moment. Would a florist use something similar? A careful one might. A dressmaker. Anyone setting aside work with several hands in and out. Edith lifted the card to the light. The front has had writing erased, or else pencil carried and then brushed off. There was more here. Mara told her, briefly and in order, about the peony label sitting crooked, the shifted basket beneath the stall cloth, the gray smudge, and the filament caught on the pin. When Mara unwrapped the little tag with the fine thread around it and set that down too, Edith's brows rose by a fraction. Ribbon edge, she said. I thought so. The clerk glanced toward the front windows, then back at the card. Show me exactly how the label sat. No one waited at the counter. A postman in shirt sleeves crossed the back room with a tray and disappeared through the sorting door. Edith reached for a scrap envelope, bent it, and pinned it with a clerk's stub pin to the corkboard used for local notices. There, your peony label. Mara placed the basket on the floor, crouched as she had in the stall, and showed where the cloth would have fallen, where the bucket stood, where the card had hung. She traced the path of a person reaching into the hidden space. And the smudge? Edith asked. Low on the card's edge, near the basket rim when I found it. Edith considered. Then she picked up the cream card and slid it, not beneath the mock label, but behind it, testing angles. At one point the cream border kissed the scrap envelope's lower corner and tugged it sideways by half an inch. The paper skewed in a way so similar that Mara felt the small prickling certainty of recognition. Like that, she said. Edith nodded. A stiff card withdrawn upward, close and quickly, while the person is crouched. The label catches because it sits lower than expected. Whoever had been under the stall cloth had been carrying this cream card at the ready, or had pulled it from somewhere while there. Edith tapped the penciled word once. People do not write hold unless there is an intended release. Mara let that sit. Held flowers, held parcels, held notes, held anything sorted for later collection, or imitation work delayed until the right original appears. That had an unpleasant neatness. Mara thought of the copied arrangement, but something observed while in preparation rather than only when finished, and of someone needing to set aside materials until the scene thing could be matched. Edith moved to a side shelf and returned with a shallow tray of stray office remnants. Twine ends, broken seals, old labels retained because one never knew when a hand might want comparison. From it she selected 3 older cards of varying stock and set them by Mara's cream rectangle. This bordering, she said, touching the raised line. I've seen similar used on order cards sent with specialty paper goods. Not common, but not rare either. More telling is the size. It fits a shallow box divider or a narrow desktop rack. Someone who sorts many small things. Mara knew people in the square who sorted many small things. Too many possibilities if she spread too wide. Edith seemed to understand, before Mara named it. Where do you keep your own spare flower labels? In the shallow drawer under the wrapping shelf. And do you ever write hold notes for arrangements awaiting collection? On order slips, not cards. Mara looked again at the cream rectangle. But I have seen cards used by the ribbon seller when she sets aside lengths already cut. She tucks them into the rolls. Edith tilted her head. With pencil? Sometimes, briefly, enough to mark a customer name or hour. There it was, a line narrower and more material than the others. The filament caught beneath the peonies, the silver-like edge, a card suited to keeping small selected things apart. Edith laid one palm on the counter. Then you should look first where cards and cut ribbons live together. Not because ribbon proves anything, because it matches the movement under your stall cloth and gives you a check you can make without announcing yourself. Mara smiled despite the unease of the morning. This was one of the reasons she trusted Edith. She fitted the paper edges and sent one to the next. A woman entered with a parcel tucked under her arm, and Edith straightened at once, clerkly efficiency slipping back over her like an apron. She served the customer briskly. Mara waited by the notice board, watching the room with absent interest. On a side shelf sat 2 small stacks, items to collect, items to return. Each was labeled cleanly in Edith's hand. Hold and release, delay and movement. It made the penciled card less mysterious in itself and more revealing in context. When the customer had gone, Edith reached below the counter and brought up a folded sheet of rough paper. She smoothed it open. It was a square map of the market lanes and adjoining shops, drawn for winter delivery planning, practical rather than pretty, with entrances marked and side passages noted where carts could not pass. She set it between them and tapped lightly with one fingernail. "Show me your stall front." Mara did. Edith marked the bucket, the peonies, the cloth, and where the basket had sat. Then she marked the nearest lines of sight from the square. If someone crouched there, who could have seen them? Almost no one from directly ahead if the cloth hung fully. From the left, perhaps, if they were close. From the right only if they stooped. And from the lane between your stall and the ribbon seller? Mara looked up. From there, yes. The gap is narrow, but anyone stepping out from that side would have a slant under the cloth. Edith gave the paper one final tap. Then your next check serves two purposes. The cards and cut ribbons, yes. Also the sightline. That sharpened the matter again. A place of cards and ribbons sat exactly where a hidden angle might exist. Mara drew a slow breath. I should have checked that sooner. Edith folded the map and pushed it toward her. Mara tucked the map into her basket. Will you keep the cream card for a little while? I would rather not lose it if I have to handle ribbon drawers and stray hands interrupt. Edith considered and then nodded. I will place it where stray hands do not sort it into my business by accident. She slid the card into a small glassine envelope, wrote the date on the outside in her fine compressed script, and set it in a shallow drawer behind the counter. The ribbon filament she returned to Mara. That belongs with your own findings. It's still tied to the place you found it. Mara wrapped the tiny thread packet again and put it safely away. The post office door opened once more, bringing in a draft scented with rain-washed stone, though the sky had brightened since morning. A man came in for stamps. Edith dealt with him. Mara waited another minute, then lifted her basket. I won't keep you from your proper realm of delays and deliveries, she said. Edith looked up while counting change. Do one thing before you start asking questions. Mara paused. Walk the lane first with your hands empty. It was good advice. Mara nodded. Outside, the square had grown fuller. Mid-morning brought a livelier shuffle of errands, and the sound of barrows over stone rose and fell in comfortable rhythm. Mara crossed back toward the row where ribbons, paper goods, and her own flowers formed a soft, bright stretch between the baker and the herb woman. She did not go directly to her stall. Instead, she passed it by a few paces, as though headed for the fountain, then turned casually into the narrow lane between her place and the neighboring display of trims. Edith had been right. The angle was excellent. From the mouth of the lane one saw only the outer edge of Mara's stall cloth and a sliver of bucket. 2 steps in, however, the perspective changed. A person standing in the shadow of the sideboard, screened from much of the square by stacked hat boxes and a hanging display of ribbon spools, could see into the working half of Mara's space whenever she turned to the side table. Not every motion, not the full front, but enough to watch hands choose stems, set aside lengths, test ribbon against bloom, and tuck labels beneath finished clusters waiting to be wrapped. Mara stood still long enough to let the fact settle. During the rain week, with awnings lowered and everyone keeping close to covered edges, that lane would have hidden a watcher even better. A soft swish from above drew her eye. Narrow satin lengths hung from a rod at shoulder height, stirred by the draft moving through the passage. Cream, dove gray, pale green, and among them a silver ribbon narrow as a finger and edged with a subtle metallic thread. It was not proof either. Many ribbons looked alike. She kept her hands empty, as Edith had said. She looked, and because she was already looking, she noticed one more small thing. Pinned to the inside of the neighboring sideboard, partly concealed by the hanging spools, was a row of slim cream cards tucked into a narrow rack. Each had a raised border. Most held penciled notes so brief she could not read them from where she stood. The card in her basket had come from that family, or near enough. Mara did not move closer at once. A woman emerged from the trim stall, carrying a parcel tied with blue ribbon, nodded to Mara, and passed on. Mara smiled as if she had only stepped aside for room. Then she left the lane, circled to the front of her own stall, and checked the peonies once more on her way past. Their card was still straight. The sight of it gave her a small, odd satisfaction. She had enough to decide, though not enough to accuse. The next check was plain now. The rack of cream cards and the cut ribbons beside the narrow lane. Whether she asked to buy, to compare, or to borrow a length for an arrangement, she would need to be near them and see how the cards were used. Before she did, she wanted Edith to see the lane for herself. That practical wish met the hour as if planned for it. The post office's side door opened across the square, and Edith stepped out with a tied bundle of outgoing letters and a leather satchel for the noon dispatch. She crossed briskly to the collection box at the corner, slid the letters in, and turned back. Mara caught her eye and lifted 2 fingers in a small beckoning gesture. Edith altered course without visible curiosity. At Mara's stall she paused only long enough for Mara to murmur that there was something to see from the side. Then they walked together as if merely stretching their legs between tasks. In the lane, Edith took one measured look toward Mara's working table and another at the ribbon display. Her gaze rested on the cream cards in the rack. She did not speak until they had stepped out again into the square. "Well," she said softly, "that is convenient in the least convenient way." Mara let out the breath she had been holding. "I thought you'd want to see." "I did, and now you should indeed check there next. Not as a challenge, as business. I'll ask for ribbon for a cream arrangement, and watch what card they use to hold the cut length. If they use one. Edith adjusted the satchel on her shoulder. "And if you can, note whether any card has had writing rubbed away. People who reuse stock often leave traces." Mara smiled faintly. "You do live among paper, which is why I know it remembers things." Edith's expression softened. "Will you be all right to do it alone?" "Yes." Edith glanced toward the post office. "Then I should go before my outgoing bag becomes incoming trouble." Mara touched her sleeve in thanks, brief and affectionate. "You have been very useful." "I prefer correct," Edith said, but she was amused. She went back across the square, carrying her satchel with the same neat purpose she brought to every receipt and redirected envelope. Mara watched her for a second, warmed by the ordinary certainty of her. Then she turned to her own work. She did not go into the trim stall immediately. First she removed the "back soon" sign from her own hook, served 2 waiting customers, and refreshed the water in the sweet peas. She wanted her hands to settle into routine before she moved to the next check. Besides, there was no need to rush in with her thoughts still bright on her face. As she worked, she let the line of clues remain simple. The copied arrangement had likely been seen in preparation. A hidden angle in the lane provided that view. Someone had crouched under her stall cloth this morning and shifted the basket while carrying or leaving a cream sorting card. The peony label had caught their movement, and a fine ribbon filament remained on the pin. In the neighboring lane sat hanging silver-edged ribbon and a rack of cream-bordered cards. The next check was clear. By the time she tied the last parcel and tucked a sprig of rosemary into its string at the customer's pleased request, her composure had returned fully. She smoothed her apron, picked up a notebook to make the errand look natural, and stepped into the trim stall. The interior smelled of paper, starch, and silk, warmed by a patch of sun on the floorboards. Drawers lined one wall. Narrow shelves carried boxes of buttons, packets of lace, pins and little blue cards, and ribbon rolls upright in graduated rows. The cream cards were nearer than they had looked from the lane, slim, bordered, with penciled notes in quick hands, each one tucked into the front of a selected spool, or laid atop a cut bundle awaiting collection. Mara let her eyes pass over them as though she had no special interest in cards at all. A silver ribbon stood among the pale tones, narrow and subtly edged. Beside it, a cream card read only "Noon" in neat pencil. Another said Mrs. K. A third had been partly erased and rewritten. That was enough for the moment. She requested 2 lengths suitable for a cream arrangement, one in plain ivory satin and one in the silver-edged narrow style. While the proprietor turned to the rack and measured, Mara watched the process closely without letting the watching sharpen too visibly. The chosen lengths were racked around a flat card and secured with a pin. Then the proprietor selected one of the slim cream markers from the rack, penciled a brief note, and slid it beneath the pin. Hold, the word written quickly before adding Mara's name and the hour, matched the use Edith had described exactly, and the surviving word on the card from Mara's basket, in spirit if not in every stroke. Sorting for later release, temporary, practical, easy to carry in one hand while crouching under a stall cloth. Mara thanked the proprietor, accepted the held ribbons to collect after she fetched proper change from her till, and left with no need to see more today than she had already seen. Back at her own stall, she stood for a moment, with one hand resting near the peonies. Their white heads were opening another fraction, loosening from morning tightness into full softness. Beneath them, the flower label sat perfectly straight, innocent again in appearance, though she knew better now than to take appearance as the whole of a thing. Sometimes the important shift happened under the bloom line, where a fingertip, a pin, and a hidden thread told the truer story. What changed was not certainty of guilt. She did not have that, and she would not pretend to it. What changed was where she would look next and how. She no longer needed to search all possible watchers of the rain week. She needed to trace use, cream-hold cards, cut ribbons set aside in the lane, and who among those habits had reason to watch a flower arrangement while it was still being made. The decision felt proportionate and firm. This afternoon, when the market softened and regular errands thinned, she would return not as a casual buyer, but with one of her older arrangement orders in mind, enough to compare dates, materials, and perhaps who had been in and out on the rain week when silver ribbon was being chosen and held. She would keep it practical, quiet, specific. That settled, the chapter of the morning closed around her with a gentler shape. The bell over the door stirred. A child paused to admire the peonies. Mara bent to trim a stem of stock for an elderly man who liked his flowers fragrant above all else. Across the square, Edith reappeared in the post office doorway, glanced toward Petal Pine, and seeing Mara composed and back at work, gave the smallest nod before turning inside. Mara touched the peony label one last time, straightening it by habit, though it scarcely needed it, and smiled to herself. The clue had pointed. She had followed. The day could go on.